Hello and welcome to Dreams of Wings. And yes, we're back at Lossie. If you were watching earlier on, we flew up here in the Aerostar after a week in Glasgow. As you can see, the lads have been taking a few liberties while I've been away, having a bit too much of a good time. And Aspen, the squadron dog, was looking a bit hungry, so I've sorted him out, and he's happy as can be. Don't know where the lads are. Hopefully when the phone rings they will appear, but yeah, we are here. If you want to join, I'll say this very quickly now at the start. Wow, okay, there's someone who's just spawned in. We are here on the Western Europe server, so you won't be able to see the mission assets, but you are more than welcome to come along if you want to, just to have a mystery flight, because I don't necessarily know where we're going to end up either. Can you hear me alright, by the way? Is the sound level okay? I'm just conscious that it suddenly got very loud because someone's obviously sparked up right next to us. So what are we using? We're using the high performance group H145, which hasn't been updated in a while. This is build 500, which is available from their Discord. We're using the high performance group action pack expansion, which is what enables us to thank you, Gut Grinder, much appreciated, mate, which is what enables us to run the missions. That's the kind of foundation to be able to do the missions that we're going to do. And then on top of that, we've got an incredible free mod called Random and Anywhere. It's called Random and Anywhere on the flightsim.to website. It's called Random and Everywhere in other locations, just to confuse things, but I'll refer to it as Random and Anywhere because that's the file on the flightsim.to, so it's a lot easier for you to find it that way. So we're using that, and that is the piece that builds so much extra into it for us. It means that we can fly Random and Anywhere missions, but also we can customize things as well. So it's a really clever piece of software. It's free, and it's written by an Airbus helicopter flying instructor. So I'm just going to turn this down a bit. I can hardly hear myself think. Yes, so we've got that. On top of that, we have got this beautiful repaint of X-Ray Zulu 588. Now, this is a helicopter. This repaint is a Sea King helicopter that flew with 202 Squadron and spent some time up here at Lossiemouth, and she exists. There she is. She's looked after lovingly by a fantastic organisation called Historic Helicopters, who are based in the kind of towards the southwest. You can go and visit them. I would heartily recommend checking out their website. Also, they've got a YouTube channel now, which is very active, doing behind the scenes stuff. And they take good care of this beautiful helicopter now, and there she is. So it's nice to be able to fly a tribute to a 20 Squadron Sea King from the place where they used to fly back in the day. Certainly when I was living up here, this is where they flew from. And it's just a lovely looking repaint, and it's a bit of fun. But it's kind of a tribute to them as well, which is great. On top of that, we have got the Kickers sound pack, which gives us voices, and it simulates the radio of the voices as well. I should have known it would be Guy that was making all the noise. That noisy Lynx in the background who's desperately trying to get in shot. Guy works for Historic Helicopters. He is the I don't even need to put the labels on to know who that is. He works for Historic Helicopters as an engineer. And he actually put me onto this repaint. I happened to say at some point I'd love to have a repaint of an old 202 Squadron Sea King, and Guy said, well, there is one, and there it was. So Kickers voice pack. What else have we got? So we've got the Kickers voice pack, we've got the M. Gonzalez 145 sound pack. That enhances the sounds of the H145. And we've got the Epic Full Scottish helipads pack, which gives us helipads at our hospitals. And of course, Aspen the squadron dog. The lads who've been messing about with the barbecue and the chairs those objects brought to you by Parallel 42's camp out. Normally stored in the back of the hangar, but the lads didn't realise I was going to get back so early, so they've even left the fire going. I mean, health and safety, come on! Right, okay, let's jump into the cockpit. There we go, let's turn on the head tracking. There we are. Let's do a bit of housekeeping first. So first things first, I need to pack away the bits and bobs before the station commander sees them. There we go. Don't want the lads to get in trouble. Hello everybody in the chat. Oh, there's quite a few. Fantastic. Good stuff. Right. Okay, I need to think a bit. And to think a bit, I need a slug of tea. Bear with me. Okay, so at the moment we have an empty helicopter, as you can see. And obviously the helicopter is cold and dark. So the first thing we need to do, and I apologise for anyone who watches these streams a lot. I do apologise if I repeat a lot of stuff. But there are some things I just say for the sake of people who've maybe not seen it before or not seen the mod. I'm just checking my physical controls. Yep, they're all good. So we open up the pad, and the first thing I want to do is start the mission. Now, this is a very complicated mod. It's incredibly intricate. It depends on a lot of different things, and it doesn't always go 100% to plan, but that doesn't matter because that's part of the fun, and it's free, for crying out loud. And the guy put so much work into it. He's always updating it, but you know, he has to deal with ASOBO updates, and of course the fact that the helicopter hasn't been updated for some time. So I'm just going to wind that out to 50, so that's our maximum range. I'm doing that because where the area that I kind of want to go to, the outer limit is 50 nautical miles from Lossie. I'm going to give us a custom location, and let's just move that over here because I kind of want to force it to start off with to, let's see, let's go. I'm going to go more in this area, I think. Not quite in the well, we'll see. I don't know where it's going to send us to. So what I've done there is I've used a custom location which will kind of force it to send us to the mountains, which is what I'm really trying to get it to do. But I'm not going to tell it what kind of missions we want. We can filter the missions, so we could say, right, well, we only want to do search and rescue. We only want to do a cliff rescue or something like that. But I'm just going to let it pick, and it will pick based on the terrain. It will look at the area of the map and it will say, okay, well, you know, there's a cliff there, we can do a cliff rescue. It's very clever. Right, single player, that's all good. There's Frank, our trusty ground crew. And that's all good to go. Now we should at some point, because I always miss this, because what if I jump out? There they go. There's the crew. This is all done by the mod. So you can see the crew are now walking out of the hangar. I'll pretend that I didn't see all their rubbish laid out. Good morning, Frank. Come on, lads, just get in the blooming helicopter. Okay, so let's get some power on. Let everything just do a run up.
Hi, Captain. Helicopter is ready to fly. Logbook filled and signed. Fuel tanks are almost full.
Let's have the radio on.
Refueling, please ask.
Just looking at the power up test there. Power up test okay, so that's all good. We'll acknowledge all those. So just waiting for this now to say
external power at your request.
Thank you, Frank. Good lad. So we've got GTN XIs in here, but we're not going to be using them for these missions. Push call to connect, so we press the call button, and now magically up here that should disappear. There we go. So we are now on call. We are now sitting, waiting for the phone to ring, as it were, waiting for a mission to come through. How are we doing, fellas? We all right? Blooming mess you left out the back, eh? Yeah, you. Where's my burger, eh? So we just wait for that to come through. We're waiting for a mission. You'll know it when it happens. Let's have a quick look over here. Battery's good. Everything is fine. He's connected the power unit, so that's connected for a ground start. I'll leave the numbers up there. While we're waiting for the mission, let me quickly show you where we are. There we go. So Lossie is here, and I've kind of told it to send us down to this kind of area. So we're up in the mountains, and then we'll either end up going to Inverness to Raigmore, or, well, actually I don't know, sometimes it sends us to Dundee, sometimes it sends us to Aberdeen for the hospital drops. We will find out. Now, you know it if you watch it, or if you use the mod, but it simulates time. It simulates the time that it takes things to happen. This is why we're sitting waiting for a mission. We can see now it's generating a mission. We've got a road traffic accident involving a car and pedestrian. So not quite mountain rescue or search and rescue, but nonetheless, if the Royal Air Force required, we are ready to attend. So we're just waiting for that now. That accepts dispatch to not be greyed out, and then we can click it and we can get going. What it's doing at the moment is it's loading in all the assets and it's having a good think about it. There we go. So we can now accept it.
Final equipment checks. Hold on.
We've got no error messages, and the guys in the back are now doing their thing. You, matey, need to get out because we need to start up the helicopter. So I think last time I started 2 first and then 1, so this time we will do 1 and 2 in that order. So 1 and 2, and that's
cabin preparations completed.
That's good. That's the signal for him to get out. Quick look down here, at least 1 injured, RT involving car and pedestrian, waiting info about rescue vehicles presence. There are, as we speak now, an ambulance, a police car, possibly a fire engine on the way to the incident site. So let's have engine 1 to idle. N1 rising, TOT rising, and oil pressure is rising. Got a bit more information come through now. There's an ambulance on the way to the accident. And thank you, Frank. It will be there. That ambulance is literally driving along a road. If we could fly over it now, there's an ambulance driving along the road with the blues and twos on. Crazy detail.
Engine started successfully.
Okay.
Moving to other engine.
Good start on engine 1. There's our support links.
Engine clear.
Now we go engine 2 to idle. Always good to have a support links with you. Full of riflemen just in case we meet any killer haggis up in the hills. So more information. Police on the way now. Police patrol Alpha 16 crew is on the way to the accident site. Now this is interesting. It's doing something similar to what it did last week. It doesn't complete the start on the second engine. We are stuck. Okay, let's have a quick think. Prime pumps are all on, so that's fine. Let's bring it back down.
All engines started successfully.
Okay, there we go. Still not entirely. There we go. I just had to fool it. There's
Performing leak checks.
this is one of the difficult things because the helicopter hasn't been updated for a long time now. Every now and again it does silly things, and sometimes you can almost trick it. So I kind of bumped it into flight idle and put it back down again just to wake it up, and it's kind of woken up now. It was stuck in a start mode, I think. Anyway, they are. So we've got 2 engines now. They're both started. Happy with that. That's all good. He's doing the leak checks. Let's wind these on.
Okay, all
I
good.
will catch up the chat once we are on the way. I just want to get us going. Okay, so transfer pumps on, prime pumps off. Let's have all the avionics on. DC reception, LAVCS. Pitot, we're not going to worry about lighting because it's quite bright. And everything else is fine. Let's have the strobes on now. And we'll put the landing light on. Let's have a look down here. What have we got in the way of warnings? Nothing. Let's have you on. Let's have you on. Let's have you on. And what I am going to do, we've got good visibility today with the ground, so I am going to turn off the TORS warnings, because trust me,
system test okay.
when we get in the hills, that is a pain in the backside. And I have it on good authority that if you're visual with the ground and you have good visibility and you're in a mountainous area, there's nought wrong with turning that off. Okay, so that's all good. What have we got? Ambulance, police patrol, symptoms, no info received. Happy with that. Happy with that. So we can come out of that. Now, we have no distance information there, and we have a white line there. That's because you have to do a couple of other things to sync it up. You have to, I don't know if you have to do this if you've got the PMS system, but with the TDS GTNX site, we have to select MSFS as the, even though we're not going to be using the TDS, we have to select that as our navigation source. And then we have to, let me get the map submissions back up. Come on. There we go. I then cycle the Garmin using the home key. And then by a miracle, we've now got a distance, 39.4 miles. And that line should turn blue. And there it goes. That's turned blue. Right, we're going to give Matey Boy a nice big map to look at. And we can get a better look at where we are going. So yeah, we're going over to the, so I would say we're almost certainly going to end up in Aberdeen Hospital if we end up going there. Ballater, there's the road. So yeah, that is quite a busy road, and it looks like we've got plenty of places where we can land there, so that's all good. Happy with that. So let's put that back there. This is all good. This is fine. We've got distance information. We've got no warnings in there. We can acknowledge that. We can now go engines to flight. Quick check of the wind. This helicopter in the sim does weird things if the wind is too strong, as we found out last weekend in previous flights. So at the moment we've got 5 knots, which is no problem at all. It's really when it starts getting above 25 that it starts behaving oddly. Right, engines wound up nicely. Just waiting for our rotating fork. Here we go, our little power bar here, just waiting for that to get to 101. And it is, and actually we're on live, we're not on live time, but we are on live weather. So while I think about it, what's the QNH 1011? Come on, there we go. Okay. Right, so wind over there. Obstacles, hangar. Oh, it's the 225. God, I've not flown that in ages. Not flown that in ages. I bought the deluxe pack just for that. Just for that. Okay. Right, let's get into it. Oh, let me kill the camera. There we go. Let's get rid of the camera. Okay. So, trim release on. Oh, just wait for him to. Is he going to stay there? Yep. Okay. Because I've got the lossy scenery, it's got a slightly different mesh on it, so that's why he appears to be floating. Okay. Hover check, everything's fine. I'm going to rotate, so I'm going to go around the back of Guy just to keep out the way over here. That's lovely links. We'll be coming to the sim soon.
VTOS.
Okay, checking power, making sure we're not overdoing it.
VY.
It's a shame how sometimes the autogen is just totally wrong. Get like a weird office block right there. Okay, let's we're getting to the kind of speed now where the helicopter can start behaving strangely, but that's fine. So we're nice and even there. I'm going to pop us onto there. We will couple the autopilot to that, and then I'm going to ever so gently just use the beep trim on my cyclic. You can see I'm just adjusting the altitude, but also watching those red lines on the power bar. We need them to stay, we don't want them to come any lower really. If they do, I'll have to reduce speed. The autopilot in the H145 and the sim can be a little bit, it can do odd things. It can be very aggressive when it comes to the power, and you can suddenly find yourself in an overtorque situation, which is less than ideal. Flying over Elgin for anyone who knows the area. Yeah, Dread, you are absolutely right. I would say surreal times, but that really doesn't cut it, does it? Life before COVID seemed very normal, and then ever since COVID it's like living in some weird film where it's it's all going wrong. Does the HEMS pack always base itself from Lossie, or no, Bishop, you fly wherever you want? You used to fly out of Inverness, did you? Oh, okay. Sometimes I start the flights from Inverness, the air ambulance base there. No, the beauty of this mod is that you can go anywhere in the world you want, no matter where you live, no matter where you want to fly. Look at that, that's fantastic, isn't it? No matter where you want to fly, you can base yourself there, and it's great. And you can, you know, like we've done here, I've told it the area that we want to work in, or you can leave it to decide, you know, in an area around you, or it's just, there's so many different things you can do with it. You know, like with the sim, the world's your oyster. But that's interesting. You flew out of Inverness. You flew on the Northern Lighthouse Board contract. Oh wow, wow. Okay, I've got to say, having done a few landings on lighthouses. Hat off to you. I think it's one thing landing on a helipad, like a hospital helipad rooftop, where you don't have so much information on, you know, you haven't got that nice piece of ground around you. But you've got a fairly decent kind of helipad. But those lighthouse helipads are so small. They don't necessarily look it when you're perhaps standing on it or looking at it from the ground, but when you're in a helicopter coming down to it, my lord. Coupled with the strong winds from the sea. And there's certainly a lot of lighthouses up there. I remember being, I guess it would have been three or 4 miles west of John O'Groats, staying in a I guess it was a farmhouse, and at night walking out, we were not far from the coast. I mean, it was like the farmhouse,
500.
The farmhouse, a field, and then the coast. I was watching the height there, and at night you could see the lights from the lighthouses dotted around, like, you know, Orkney, and it's almost quite eerie. I know that sounds daft, but it's like I mean, it was really moody, and I've never forgotten it. Yeah, tidal ones. Is that okay? I'm going to ask you, what's the tidal lighthouse? Is that literally where it's out in the water, or is it something else? I think lighthouses do hold something of a fascination. What's that film? Well, there's two, isn't there? There's that one that's kind of black and white with Willem Dafoe and the other fella in it. And then what was the one? God, I watched something last year. It was like a psychological thriller stroke horror set in a lighthouse. Oh yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, the lighthouse thing is fascinating. I should give you an update on where we are, really, shouldn't I? Probably better if I use a little nav map. It's a bit easier to see. So if I just pop over here, little nav map. There we go. So we've taken out from Lossie. We are, if you remember, was it a couple of weeks ago? We ended up at Glenfiddich Distillery, rescuing someone. But we are heading down this way. Into, or kind of across the mountains, I suppose, really. Lovely country. Yeah, I can imagine you wouldn't shut down. I can't imagine having flown there and then landing on the top of the lighthouse, or landing on the helipad, and then shutting down, and then getting out of the helicopter, standing on the helipad next to the helicopter with nothing but the wind and the sea spray. Maybe I'm over imagining it, but yeah, I'd want those engines running for sure. No, the map that I'm showing is Little Nav Map. It's a separate PC app that's been going. It's been around for donkey's years. I used to use it with FSX and P3D, but it works really well with Microsoft Flight Simulator as well. And it's just a really cool. It's a quick and easy flight planner, but it's also really good to use as a moving map when you need to have something like that. You can actually also hook it up in High Performance Group. Added this feature here, So I haven't got it set up, but I could set it up so that it would pipe my little nav map into here as well. But I just have it set up on a on another screen. Because my eyes are old and it's easier to see it. I love the Goodies episode where they... I don't remember that one. I need to look that up. Goodies is on... Is it on you, or it's on... I'm sure I saw it on one of the streaming services. I used to love that as a kid. I do seem to remember trying to watch it a couple of years ago, and whatever it was I was watching, I don't know if it was the first episode, but it felt like it had dated. It's a lovely helicopter, that 225. I've not flown it since they updated it, because there were a few things wrong with it from launch, but it's definitely a nice helicopter. I was always hoping that it was going to become the successor to the H145 and that we'd be able to do this kind of stuff in it, but it never quite came to be. And I don't use the MSFS career mode, so because this is just seems far better, to be honest. So yeah, the detail in this scenery is just bloody insane. I say it every time, but it is. So quick time check. What is it? 20 past 8. Isn't it amazing how quickly it goes? Crazy. I am going to give us a little bit more height. I'm actually going to come back on the speed just as a precaution, because I'm going to put in a climb, get us above the lumpy bumpy stuff. Now this over here, this mountain, is Ben Rinnes, and it actually sets the minimum safety altitude for Lossie. And it's quite I don't know, what's the word, it kind of stands out. I used to be able to see it from my bedroom, off in the distance. It's got quite it's almost like a, you can almost see it there from the distance. It almost looks like a Brazil nut shape. But it's quite a nice climb. It's not too strenuous, apart from a couple of peat bogs, if you're not careful, I seem to remember. But you get pretty good views. Look at that 500 there. Another stunning helicopter. A Huey. Excellent.
500.
Fantastic. Which one's that? Okay, let's concentrate on the hills, Rob. We are about to go into the hill, so I'm going to take it off autopilot. I should have kept that climb in instead of gawping at the helicopters, but it's so easy to do. Talking of lighthouses, that's another nice thing about Lossie actually. The Covesea lighthouse is modelled there, and it looks really good. Really nice little piece of coastline. Okay, there's Ben Rinnes. There's the path going up it. Got a detail in this sim. That's insane. Okay. Right, behave yourself, helicopter. So let's pick up some speed. Let's get up to VY. And then let's keep a little bit of a climb in, so that we don't get caught short again. quickly check the engines. I detected a change of note. No, everything's okay. Check ahead, that's okay. Keeps them climbing. Oh. Huey nearly got a haircut. Right, let's lock off the head tracking and let's quickly check. Have we got any more information coming through? So, we got a 62 years old male. He's responsive, which is good. Road traffic accident involving car and pedestrian. Ambulance has reached the scene. Crew requires further assistance. That's what we're about, because we are HEMS. We are taking the expertise of the hospital to the patient rather than just going to pick up the patient to bring him back to the hospital. We've got a doctor on board, an advanced paramedic, and they can do wonderful bits of magic so that by the time he does get to the hospital he's in much better condition. Nothing in the way of symptoms, and the police are there as well at the moment. So they've all got there, they're just waiting for us now. Too busy looking at the scenery. Right, just checking that. And let's
500.
Let's have a look outside. Just checking that. I'm going to clear that, no problem. There we go, there's Guy in the Links, we've got Heliflyer in the 500, Sky Mega in the H125, Sparky in the 500. Beautiful. I do love that 500, it is a wonderful helicopter. Demo Designs really did a nice job with this repaint. Murdoch, how you doing? Good to see you. Okay, let's get back in the helicopter. This helicopter can do weird things when you're messing about in drone mode. It can suddenly start doing weird inputs, and I've even had a situation before, a couple of times actually, where I've jumped out. There's been a gust of the wind, the autopilot has gone into an overtalk situation, and it's good night Vienna. Just Tom, I missed you there, sorry. In the Sky Crane. I've not flown
500.
There's Biggin. I'm guessing that's Biggin Hill, but Biggin H in the lovely Huey. Beautiful, beautiful helicopter. Just JX in the H47. It's interesting, seeing a lot more helicopters now that I'm back in this view. For some reason they didn't seem to be appearing in the other view, or maybe it was just the angle. Okay. 12 minutes out. Just sure now my sitting position. So how you been, mate? Hey? What happened? I went away for a week. You lot having barbecues on the apron? Hey? Comfy chairs? Yeah? Even a blooming gazebo? I don't know. What's the world coming to? Yes, you should look like that, sunshine. We'll be having words. Okay, everything's looking good. So, yeah, just check out. Let's have another look at where we're going. Just to, we'll do a recce when we get there. It doesn't hurt to get a nice idea of what we are heading into. Okay, that's as close as we're going to get in. So there on that side, we've got woods. So we might be able to land here, these clearer areas perhaps. We might even be able to land on the road. The road might be the obvious
500.
The obvious spot, actually, thinking about it. If it's clear enough, it would make sense, wouldn't it? That Huey is fantastic. The sound of it. Oh, who doesn't like a bit of blade slap? And that Huey does blade slap like an orchestra. Not many orchestras would do blade slap, but you know what I mean. Fried chicken, hello. How the devil are you? What I will do is let's have the where's the pointer? There we go. I'm just going to turn the H-tools on, so we have that on that screen as well. It uses a different source. The Garmin's here will use their own data. This one, the Helionic system in this particular simulation uses a data file that you download from High Performance Group. So they're running off different data, but they should both really give the same warnings if we're heading into any lumpy bumpy. We have another helicopter engineer in the chat. Love it. Where is it? There's the Huey. There's the machine that goes ping. So 9 minutes out. Let's have a quick check on the patient. Nothing has changed there. Sometimes this updates. It's like I said, it simulates the time. So this isn't just a case of fly to point A, you get to point A, box ticked, you then fly to point B, box ticked. Things can change, especially with an RTC where you've got more than one person involved. Sometimes some of the casualties can die. So you never quite know what you're going to get. You never quite know what you're going to pick up. Sometimes you get to a site, and it doesn't have to be an RTC, it could be anything, but they might decide that it's better for the patient to be taken by the ambulance. And in which case our doctor will stay with the ambulance with the patient and drive to the hospital, and then we fly to the hospital and collect the doctor, and all that is simulated. You literally have to fly to the hospital and wait for the ambulance to get there. That is a high detail of simulation, but it's the kind of thing, if you want to be authentic, or as much as you can be in your spare room, then you can. And that's the point where you'd fly to the hospital, close the helicopter down, go and make a cup of tea and come back again. Okay, 7 minutes out, everything's looking fine. get the angle right. Just over there is the kind of Cairngorms proper. That's where Cairngorm Mountain, Ben McDewey, the big uns are, and we are just kind of skirting to the east. You can see it's relatively, look at that sky crane flying sideways. It's relatively flat that way compared to over that way. So we're kind of hopping around the big uns and just coming into Ballater. So I would say almost certainly we'll be going to the I would say we're going to the Royal Aberdeen, I would think, from here. Either that or Dundee. I'd be amazed if we go to Raigmore, but you never quite know. It's the doctor that makes the call on which hospital you go to, depending on the circumstances. Just going to nudge up the speed a little bit. So, wind over here, or where we are now anyway, is 15 knots, so it's still within limits. Not worried about that. Helicopter is behaving normally, so that's good. Scan around. There it is. He's still flying sideways. It's the Lynx effect. If you live in the UK, that will mean something. Not hilariously funny, I must admit, but
500.
Yeah.
With no paramedic. Police confirmed on scene.
Okay, that's the doctor just giving us a bit more information. We kind of already knew that, but it's good that the doctor's just giving us an update, because we are the heroic pilots at the front, and it's always handy to know what's going on. Bishop, I missed the start. Does the HEMS location get auto-loaded into the GTNs? No, so if you wanted to use the GTNs, you would have to automatically load it all up. You'd have to load them in as user waypoints and that kind of thing. So for this, I'm not using the GTN. I'm using, so at the beginning I had to set the nav source to MSFS, and then that pipes the nav data into the Helionics system and also onto our pad. So the GTNs are looking very pretty at the moment, and they're certainly giving us useful information in terms of terrain avoidance, but they are not, we're not using them at all for any kind of guidance or navigation tracking, I should say. Yeah, I'll show you. And I only do it when I'm flying these missions. But if we go into, get the click spot there. See here, we've got TDS Sim GTN XI. We've got this area here. So you can select which of the units you want to be the active for the autopilot, or as we're doing here, our nav is being driven by the mission, and the mission is in the tablet, is in the MSFS coding, as it were. So we need to set it to MSFS so it all pipes through, and then it works. It appears on the Helionics and it works there. Right, I need to shut up and start concentrating, because now we've got to do some pilot stuff. Keith, how you doing? Have you seen the new H145? Has someone brought out, what is going on there? Has someone brought out a new H145?
Miles from accident area.
Okay, so in anticipation, trim release. I'm holding it in on with my pinky finger, and autopilot off, and let's go take a look. One minute out, 0.8 nautical miles, so we're not far at all.
Rear
And
crew, we are approaching the landing site.
I have flares and things off, just to make it a bit more realistic.
500.
So we are keeping our eyes peeled and looking for, hopefully you should see some emergency vehicles. Yeah, okay, there's the ambulance. Wind is cut on the nose, so I'm going to... I wonder. Let's take a closer look. Just going to kill the tablet just so we've got a bit better visibility. And avoid the Huey. And we've gone into wake vortex. Not
Watch
wake.
out! Reduce collective!
There we
Now.
go. That wasn't
We are
clever.
too far.
That's what happens when you forget and you don't keep an eye on things. But luckily managed to stop it before it pranged. That was because I was descending too fast and we with a slow forward speed, and we had rotor vortex. Oh yes, Keith. Yeah, the Airbus. Sorry, I thought you meant in the sim. Yeah, it's lovely. And at one point, HPG were thinking of doing it, but I think that's all gone out the way. Yeah, so I'm not really going to be able to. Put it there. I'm going to put us over here. I think. Yeah, I'm going to put us down here. Wind is on the nose. Gently bring us in.
We are reasonably close.
Just keeping an eye on the collective. So we don't do anything silly. Try and walk us a little bit closer. That'll do. Okay. Oh yeah, I need to use my... I keep forgetting I've set up controls for these now. Right. Idle. Idle.
Rear crew, prepare for ground operations.
Okay. Yeah, Strix. It's been doing some weird things recently, but usually only if the wind's a bit strong. The coding in the 145 can't seem to cope with it anymore. So I think, as we saw last weekend, I shut down. I think the wind was somewhere between 26 and 30 knots, and I landed, put the engines into idle, and then it started surging. The RPM started surging, so I had to change the weather. So here's our RTC. There's our casualty. Here's the boys. RAF can walk through buildings. Don't need to walk round them. No. Straight through. So they're now going to work on the patient, and it's going to simulate the time it takes to do that. So we are going to have a quick look at our tabletto and see what it says. That, by the way, load patient on helo. If you were in a rush, if you were thinking, I don't want to simulate the time it takes to put a bandage on him and give him a kiss on his forehead, then you could click that and it would just load him in the back. But we're going to do it realistically. Ground operations in progress. Helicopter area clear. That's fine. We know that. Let's get this on. Info from doctor. Estimated ground operation time 1 minute. So I'm not going to close the engines down for the sake of 1 minute. We'll keep the engines running. It would be silly to close everything down just to restart it again. There we go. So, isn't it lovely? Should we get some ventilation? Oh, what a breeze. It's lovely, isn't it? While they're out, which one of them lit that bloody fire in front of the hangar? It was you. Good God. Aircrew. You're meant to be safety first, mate. Let's go and have a look and see what they're doing. So you can see they're crouched down. They are still working on the patient. I'm going to lock off that view there. They're still working on the patient. It's still simulating all that. And if we go to this screen here, we go to medical diagnostic page.
Will be with the ambulance to the designated hospital. You have to pick the hospital helipad.
God, we're going to Raigmore. Okay. Wow. So, I don't know if you heard that. The doctor is going with the patient in the ambulance by the sounds of it. What have we got? Samuel Warner, 62 years, male, pedestrian on crosswalk, hit by car. Status on medical arrival responsive, which is a good sign. Patient assigned emergency code 2. Immediate risk of serious injury, so he's not particularly brilliant.
Ready to fly.
He's got a life score of 64, he's got a heart rate of 93, and his oxygen saturation level is 91.2. But he is not coming in the helicopter. This is what sometimes happens. He is going by ambulance. He's missed his chance. He could have had a nice story to tell his family how he flew with the Royal Air Force. But he is going to be sitting in that ambulance. Now, I just want to see if that ambulance moves off, because sometimes, the last time I had a situation like this, it glitched. And what are you doing? Who's that fella walking across? Oh, he must be one of the guys flying. I suddenly thought he was part of the mission. I thought, what's he doing? Yeah, so the ambulance really should start moving off, and I'm just going to see if he does. That ambulance should be driving to the hospital with our doctor and with the patient on board, but he's not moving at the moment. So sometimes this happens. Ambulance is moving to Raigmore Hospital. Reach the hospital and wait. Well, the ambulance is definitely not on the way to the hospital. The ambulance is sat sitting doing nothing. So I'm going to see, but you never know, it could be simulating time. So what I'm going to do... Oh, he's moving! He's moving! Hang on. There we go. Have faith. Have faith. There he goes. Oh. Okay. I think he's stuck. No, there he goes. Look at that. Speedy Gonzales. Good. Oh, look at that. MH60 on point. So, you know, oh, wow. Now, that's what I was talking about. When you move away in drone mode, it does weird things to the helicopter. Okay, Guy. No worries. It's because you've got a very fast links there. Where did I get to? Sparky, do you have names for all your crew? I don't. Should I do, Sparky? Do you think I should give them all names? Bishop, you're absolutely right. I mean, it is amazing to consider. If we just consider for a moment, this is a flight simulator. Let's get engines to flight. This is a flight simulator, but Andrew has coded the ability to fly these missions. We know that. We can see that. But he's also coded the reality of a patient having to travel by ambulance because they're not well enough to travel in the helicopter, and our doctor is going with them, and that is going to drive along roads. It's going to drive along roads on the map to get to Raigmore. Now, you will be glad to know that I am not going to hang on a minute. Thought it was a bit noisy. I am not going to put you through having to wait for the ambulance to arrive at the hospital. We're going to fly to the hospital, and when we get there, you see that there it says skip ambulance travel. Then we could just, you know, warp him to the hospital, because I don't want to put you through that. Okay. Right. Quick check. Wind on the nose. Obstacles. Trees. Trees. Not much behind there. Have I got something behind me, or is that? No. So I am going to lift, and then I'm going to reverse out of here, I think. We'll do one of those reverse lift-offs. And then if we have engine failure, we can come back down to the spot we took off from. Okay, right. Let's be sensible for a moment. Have we got everything in place? Yes. Engine's looking good. Fuel's fine. We've got 102 there. Okay, let's do it. Wind is 12 knots within limits. Quick cover check is all good. So now we can back up. And let's go. We'll go say hello to the ambulance. See if we can catch him up. There he is.
VTOS.
And I don't know. I just find that incredibly
VY.
immersive is the word that springs to mind, but probably the wrong word. The fact that that ambulance is actually travelling. You could do this all day. You could put in a whole shift if you think about it. You know, you could start first thing in the morning, and you know what we should really do, or if we wanted to really play it realistically, we'd get to Inverness. We'd shut down the helicopter, we would go and make a cup of tea, maybe make a sandwich, go and let the family know that we do actually really exist, and then come back up and be ready for the ambulance to arrive. The fact that you can simulate that, it's just incredible. Right. What is the Lynx helicopter model in the sim? The Lynx helicopter model in the sim is a it's not available yet. It's being worked on, but it's okay to show it on a stream, as it were. but it will be coming to the sim at some point. There's our ambulance trundling along the road ahead. So we'll just go and say hello to him, because we've got nothing better to do. Why on earth would you? He's going to be gutted. He's going to say this blooming big yellow helicopter came to pick me up, and instead of putting me in the lovely helicopter, they put me in the back of a blooming ambulance. You just see the ambulance there. I mean, come on, it's mad, isn't it? That ambulance is going to drive along roads. It's this mod that Andrew has built that costs you nothing, that allows you to do all this amazing stuff, will even drive an ambulance along a road from the mountains miles away to a hospital. I mean, that's just clever beyond any kind of comprehension or capability that I would have. I just like flying stuff, but to know how to do something like this is amazing. He's certainly putting his foot down. Blimey! And a heavy lift had just come over the top. There must be someone doing some low level out of Lossie. There he is. Which reminds me of, I don't know, some of you may be old enough to remember it, Simcopter. Do you remember Simcopter from Max? This always reminds me of that doing something like this. It's insane. It's insane. Right, goodbye ambulance. Let's open the tabletto. We are going to go the quick route. Let's reset this. And now that we've got rid of the doctor and we don't have the patient, we can do a bit of low flying. It's always good fun in an area like this. Detail in these areas is absolutely insane. Oh, there it is. Let's see if we can get... Yeah, I've not got the right screen selected. Hearts A400. I don't know if Hearts is on this stream or if he's just seen us, but always nice to see that. The ambulance is really shifting. I bet the patient wishes he was in the helicopter. I think he would do as well, Stretch. For a start, we got better snacks on board the helicopter. Look, there's the helicopter, the ambulance behind. It does actually shift. I think being honest, the scale of the speed is probably a little bit on the far side, but I guess that's just so that you're not, you know, if you actually think about how long it would take for the ambulance to drive from where we were to Regmore Hospital in Inverness, you know, that is a long time. So it's long enough for wait so that you feel it, but yeah, it just makes it a bit more realistic. Can you show us the autopilot? Okay. I was using it before. Which bit are you... what on earth? A BN2A. Interesting. Okay, let's get rid of that. Okay. So you can see our blue line now. That's our route to Inverness, to Raigmore. We're just enjoying some of the scenery at the moment. Yeah, Stretch, it's going to be fantastic when Taug, or I heard someone the other day call it Taog. Is it Taog? I always call it Taug, I don't know why, but I heard someone say Taog. I would love to know, does anyone know which is the right way of pronouncing it? I'd love to know. Right, okay, so first of all, the Taug's hangar, Taog's hangar, whichever way you want to pronounce it, is doing a Sea King. Cannot wait for that. A nice, good old vintage Sea King. That's going to be amazing. Now, Nasflex, which is more realistic, the OH60 or this? I would say they are both realistic to what they are. I know real-world H145 pilots who think that this is a good realistic simulation, and I know people who have flown the 500C, the OH6A, think that that's very good as well. They're very different helicopters. I don't tend to use this for zipping around low level, flying and having fun. I only use this for doing these kind of missions because it has that capability. The 500 is a really good way of learning to fly helicopter seat of the pants, or if you appreciate a good old school helicopter where you feel all the physics, you know, there's no stability systems as such, it's that real kind of seat of the pants feel, then the 500 is absolutely excellent for that. And I run the two, but I use them for different things, so it's not like an either or. It's I'm either doing this kind of stuff or I'm zipping around doing the 500C stuff. That is funny. That Atlas is trying to see how low he's doing limbo using my helicopter. Okie doke. So 19 minutes out. Nasflex, which bit of the autopilot did you want to see? Yeah, Bishop, I totally agree. I'll be honest, I would be a little bit heartbroken if you know, they don't keep developing this helicopter, because there's going to come a point where Asobo is going to do something to the sim and it's going to break the helicopter, and then kind of stuffed. Won't be able to do this kind of stuff, and I will really miss doing this. Hopefully, maybe Andrew, I know that there's, you know, talk of different things, or I've heard rumours, but hopefully Andrew can develop the random and anywhere for other helicopters, or I don't know. Yeah, I would be gutted if I couldn't do this kind of stuff. And it's Andrew's mod that really makes it. Well, I used to do, I mean, there's some videos on the channel where I've made my own missions, but where this is totally different is I don't know what's going to happen. It's going to throw a mission at me just like it would happen in real life. I haven't planned it. I haven't placed the objects. I have no idea what's going to happen. Right, what we got? Seeking is day one buy for me. Absolutely. Yeah, I will be sitting there, credit card in hand, waiting for that to appear. Yeah, I've heard of Emergency Dispatcher Pro. I'm hoping it's as clever as this is. This has been done, this mod has got a very heavy real-world medical kind of vibe to it in how everything is simulated. The time it takes, you know, you could be sitting there for 6-7 minutes, shut down the engines and all that kind of stuff, because they've got so much work that they've got to do to stabilise the patient for flight, so you never quite know. Right. So, autopilot on. Couple. Watching the speed so it doesn't overtalk. 14 minutes out from Raigmore. I'm just going to give us a gentle climb. Stretch edits. I bought Tower Kang at Alouette the other day trying to get to grips with helicopters. I love it. Seeking, yeah. Do you know what? It's funny. The Alouette was the first one I bought, the first of his helicopters, because it was recommended to me. And to fly, it's amazing. Personally, call me shallow, but I just find it a little bit ugly. And then when he launched the Llama, I bought that, and it was almost like without having a Gazelle in the sim. It was the closest to being able to have a Gazelle, and I loved that Llama. And I flew the Llama as my seat of the pants Spitfire of the helicopter world, as it were. But then when he brought out the 500C, then that kind of took that spot. But his helicopters are just absolutely amazing. I cannot recommend them highly enough. And I almost wish I liked the look of the Alouette, because I could fly all three. It's like with the Huey as well, that it's not like you only fly one. Like someone might say, well, what would you recommend, the Alouette or the Llama? Well, they're different helicopters. They if you like the look of them, and you like the kind of differences, then just buy both. And obviously the Huey and the 500 are very different. Yeah, Guy, I might well need your help with that. I'm really excited to see just how much study level it is on the Sea King. I've never seen a full startup. I've seen partial startups, and you know, they're doing an awful lot. Was it that rescue, that ITV rescue that's on YouTube of the old 202 Squadron missions? I think there's a couple of bits where they show a snippet of the startup sequence, and you're thinking, blimey no, pull this lever, press that switch, check that dial. There's a heck of a lot going on. But yeah, I can't wait. Do you know what? In an ideal world, I'd be able to use the Sea King with this mission pack as well, to be able to fly search and rescue into the mountains in the Sea King. Wow. That would be excellent. But yeah, there's the 500. Really stunning helicopter to fly. It's great to look at. If anyone was thinking of getting into helicopters that isn't already into helicopters, I would, if I was starting again, I'd get that, because it'll teach you the helicopter physics. It's a nice nippy little thing. And once you dial into it, you can put it where you want to go, and it's great fun. I actually learnt to fly helicopters in the H145, by not using the autopilot and just flying around with the rotor trim, cyclic trim release held on, and just doing everything manually. So if I was winching, I would be hovering manually, and it was only once I felt I could control it without the autopilot systems that I then started using the autopilot. And also I got told off by a real world H145 pilot for not using the autopilot, because he said, like I've got it on now, he said that's what you do, you would just use it, it's there, the system's there. In the same way the autopilot hover mode that is incredibly stable, if you're in a situation where you're winching someone off a mountain, you'd use it. You wouldn't just stand there saying, don't worry chaps, look at me, I'm going to do it manually because I'm a man, god damn it. You'd use the systems that you had available. And the Sea King, even the venerable Sea King, had that kind of functionality where it could the autopilot could hold a hover, and the loadie in the back, the winchman, would be able to kind of like, it was like a little joystick contraption thing, but he could use that to make fine adjustments to the hover. Okay, let's have a quick check. 10 minutes out, speed's good. We can just knock that forward a little bit. I am going to put the nav map on because we've got our, so we can see we've got some terrain coming up. That's what I was looking for. So I'm just going to give us a gentle climb. Yeah, it's such a clever helicopter, isn't it? AF Cycler, you're going to historic helicopters. Guy, Rotorjez, works for him. He's one of their engineers. Let's keep that climbing, please. I'm just being very gentle with the climb because you can see the red bars coming on the left. So I'm trying.
500.
I'm trying to judge it so that we can just sail over the top of this bump without over torquing the engine. Go on, Rob. Have you tried the Milton? I have. I bought it when it came out. Bear with me. Bear with me. There we go. Just sail over the top. Keeping that climb in. Give the walkers a thrill. Yes, I have. I bought it when it first came out. I did one search and rescue mission and I left it. I'll be completely honest with you. The helicopter itself is quite nice, but I bought it because I wanted to see what the mission capability was like, and at the time it just, having come from doing this kind of stuff, it just seemed very basic. But I know it's been updated. I know that they're kind of looking to grow it, so it's not that I'm never going to use it. I've just put it to one side for the time being. Is there someone doing a 169? Did I imagine that? What we got? Ambulances moving to Raymond Hospital, reach the hospital and wait. Yeah, we know that. Yeah, this is another thing I should say. The ambulance has got a beacon, so if we wanted to, we could dial in 281.5 and we'd be able to see it, but we'll leave that because we are going to cheat it. But that's a way that if we flew to the hospital, if you were simulating waiting for the ambulance, you could dial that in. Yeah, I'd like a 169 as well. I've never flown anything like that in the sim, so I would be interested to see. They were meant to be working on a the action pack expansion for the 160, but I don't know if that's gone down as well with the other issues that they've got, but that would have been rather cool. Wow, that's close formation there. Well done, Just Tom. That is no mean feat. Okay, 5 minutes out. We can just see the bridge at Inverness now over there. Wind is 19 knots, so it's where we are now, so it's picking up a little bit. I can actually show you where is it? There we go. You see on the map, so we flew down here from Lossie, flew down to Ballata, picked up our patient, and then we tootled along here, and this is where we are. There's Inverness with Regmore Hospital, and there's that's actually the ambulance. So on little nav map it will appear as a little nav map kind of sees it as an object that's moving, so it gives it that kind of aeroplane symbology. But you can see that it's still following that blooming road. It is driving up that road, and it's going to continue to do that. It's going to go down into Grandtown on Spey and then head over to Inverness. It's absolutely incredible. Heliflyer, I haven't. No, I've been tempted to pick it up a couple of times, but I honestly don't know what I'd do with it. It's not. Yeah, if it had some mission capability, if I could do this sort of thing in it, I'd probably pick it up. But I'm not really interested in just getting it as like a flying A to B kind of thing. And I can't imagine chucking it round in the same way that I do with the Huey and the 500. So I've not got it, and I doubt I will, if I'm honest. Okay, let's get a descent in now, as we're descending into Inverness. Wind is definitely picking up a little bit as time goes on. As I said, this is live weather, so it's not live time, but it is live weather that we're flying in. It is stretched at it. Yeah, do you remember the Hurricane? The Hurricane, flown by Guy, who says he can't fly warbirds, and there he was, absolutely locked on, fabulous formation flying. Yeah, the Dauphin should be, or the Dauphin, no we, should be good. Okie doke. Let's bring back the speed a little bit. Putting in a descent. See the hospital is now appearing on the schnoz.
2 nautical miles from the hospital.
So I'm going to come out of autopilot now and start earning my money. So cyclic trim release on, and I'm just going to blip, and there we go. Sometimes when you come out of autopilot, you just have to feel what the helicopter's going to do, because suddenly it's looking at, you know, if you've bumped your cyclic lever while you've been chatting on stream or something, it can suddenly knock you off kilter.
500.
By the way, we've got a Discord. It reminded me because I can hear it in the ear. Streamlabs has been putting the link in the chat, so we've got a cracking bunch of people. We've got a section on helicopters and warbirds and GA and just like general chat. So if you're on Discord and you fancy joining, there is a link. There's a few links in the chat. I dread, Monsieur. C'est vrai. I love a Fenestron, and I don't know what it is. It's like with the Gazelle. It's almost like a. It's almost like a shark tail, isn't it? So you can see the wind is coming from behind me. We've got a big mast over there. There's another mast over that way, where I believe there's a big police station. So I want to come round, and then we can head into wind. So speed. We can bleed off a little bit. There's the football ground over there, and. The bridge. If you watch Highland Cops, that view over there is one that you see quite a lot. They kind of have it as B-roll, so you've probably seen that a few times if you watch that program. So let's just keep coming round, keep coming round. Kill the pad to get better visibility. Now, I do sometimes find, and it seems to be doing it here, sometimes the wind direction here can change quite a bit as you descend. But actually, no, it's not too bad in this instance. That's not too bad at all. I've been here before where suddenly the wind almost does a 180 and you're like, what the hell? But it's all part of the fun. Go too low over the car park, setting off all those car alarms. Okay, let's check balance. Oh my god.
This was a very good touch.
Oh, thank you. You get a free pint. So there we go. This isn't awkward at all. Oh dear. Okay, let's put the engines into idle. I would love a Gazelle. Someone was working on a Gazelle, weren't they? Sorry if that's what people have been saying in the chat and I've missed it, but yeah, I would love a Gazelle. Gazelle and Sea King are my two big hopes. My biggest problem in the helicopter is the transition from flying along to hovering into the right spot. I know exactly what you're talking about, Stretch. I know exactly what you're talking about, and it's easy to say. Where's that heat blur coming from? Interesting. I know it's easy to say, but it is just all about practice. And there comes a point where okay, this is getting a bit serious now. This is getting a bit serious. Hold on. You can tell it's serious. I've got the camera on. So, I don't meditate. I used to, but I don't meditate these days. But the closest thing for me now with meditation is low speed operations in a helicopter, taking off landing, hover taxiing, just hovering, just mooching around, doing that sort of thing, because I find that I kind of go into this kind of state, and the helicopter becomes this sounds really pretentious and ridiculous, but you become at one with the helicopter. That's not me saying I can fly the helicopter really well. That's not, but you become at one with it. And once you, and that comes through practice, it comes through knowing what the helicopter's going to do, so that you know tiny inputs. You're making tiny inputs with the controls. You're trying to reduce the number of inputs that you're putting in. As soon as you start making lots of inputs and the helicopter's running ahead of you, that's when you're going to have a problem. So it's lots of tiny inputs. It's reducing the number of inputs you put in. It's just getting in that zone, and then when it happens, you connect, and it's a beautiful feeling. It's one of the reasons I love helicopters, and that sounds absolutely crazy, and there will be people watching this now who are laughing, thinking, what is he talking about? What is he on? But trust me, I love it. I love it. If I've been working from home and I've had a really busy day and I've had a really hectic day, there's nothing I like more to relax than doing some tricky, intricate helicopter flying, because it just takes you away and takes you into that kind of zone. But you only get there through practice, which is the bit that everyone is going to say. But that's what you have to do. Yeah, aft, absolutely. It's a, I can't describe it. It's I love. Don't get me wrong. I love fixed wing, and I remember when I flew my first solo fixed wing, and landed, and there was no one sitting with me in the aircraft. I remember that feeling of elation, and that was special. But there's something about a helicopter, because of the freedom of movement that it involves, and you're in control of it, that when it clicks, wow, it's great. Right, okay. Yeah, no, I agree, Cooker. One of these days I am going to get like a nice force feedback joystick. I haven't got one at the moment. Co-pilot Cat is here. What are you doing, sweetheart? We're busy, love. We're saving virtual lives. I know I'm not giving you much attention, but yeah. Okay, so let's have a look and see where our trusty... Look, so we are here. We're at Raigmore. And where the hell is he gone? There he is. There is the ambulance, still trundling along the road. I mean, he's done all right. He's travelled, you know, all the way from here, but he's still got a long way to go. But I mean, it's just amazing that that's all simulated. But anyway, I'm not going to make you wait, so I'm going to let's have the head tracking back on. Let's get into position. So what I'm going to do now, which does feel awful because we're cheating, I'm going to skip ambulance travel. Now, this may or may not work. Sometimes it will break. Okay, let's see
Site
if...
is safe for operations. We can proceed.
Okay. Ambulance arrived at emergency department. Wait for doctor to come back to the helicopter. It may take time. So, I wonder if it will show on the map. Oh, there we go. Just realised I'd left it on the map. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to show you. Let's go back so you can see what I'm talking about. So there's us. The ambulance had pulled up here at the emergency department, and now over there, that is the marker for our doctor. And if we look through the haze into the distance, when there's an emergency, there's one man who takes that call. He's the doctor. And I still can't see him. Where's he gone? He is literally, I mean, you know, I'm talking about things getting simulated. He's literally walked from the emergency department of the hospital. It's modelled so that he walks. Think about it. Think about it. How easy would it be? How easy would it be to just, you know, right, ding, your doctor's on board, off you go. No, 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 no. He is walking from the emergency department at the hospital because it's marked on the map. He's walking from it to the helicopter. Amazing, isn't it? Oi! Yes, you. Amazing, isn't it? Yeah. He takes everything in his stride, this one. Yeah, keep at it, Stretch. I promise you. There he is. Look at that, walking through the haze like, what's that, High Plains Drifter? I don't know where that heat haze is coming from, by the way. It won't be ours. I think that's from when the Huey started up near us. Maybe it's left something there, but there's our chap walking across there anyway. Yeah, sorry, Stretch. Yeah, keep practicing. And do you know some of the best advice I had when I started flying helicopters? It was helisimmer.com. He did a video about. It was a stream, and it was kind of like almost like how to get into helicopters or first steps. And one of the things he said when someone said, "How do I start learning to fly helicopters?" is he said just kind of hover taxi, find an airport, don't have multiplayer on, find an airport, hover taxi around it, fly circuits, do approaches, you know, all that kind of stuff. And just practice, and there comes a point where you connect to the machine. Dude, come on! Look at him. That's very cinematic, isn't it? The Huey in the background through the haze. The doctor appears. Oh, you get a wiggle on, sunshine. Honestly. Right, there we go. So we will take another mission. So we're going to say receive new dispatch. Come on, there we go. Accident location may be invalid. Okay, so that hasn't worked as it should. Oh, we've got a fuel warning. So we're going to simulate, and this actually is true for anyone who doubts. The RAF used to keep fuel caches at certain locations that they used to go to. So we are now going to simulate the lads jumping out, finding some barrels of fuel. I don't do this very often, so I've got to remember. Yeah, it's not in this section here, is it? They are going to jump out and get some barrels, and we're going to load up with some fuel. There we go. Let's go back to map submissions. A person has been injured while cooking with a grill. So we're going to accept that. Let's see where we are going to.
Strapping down the equipment. Stand by for confirmation.
So at the moment it's just loading everything in. So we've got a target now, 21 nautical miles away, back into the mountains. So again, you remember at the start I selected an area that I wanted us to run missions in, and that's exactly what it's doing. So that is working all nicely. So we've just got to wait for this now. This is a point at which sometimes things can break. But as you can see, it says cabin preparation 42% completed. It is normal if this message stays for up to 2 minutes. During this time, disregard possible errors. So we just wait and see what happens. If that does get stuck, which it hasn't because it's it's going through now. There we go.
Cabin secured and prepped. Good to proceed.
Good stuff. So we've got at least one injured, waiting for information. No one's there yet. A person has been injured while cooking with a grill. Waiting information about rescue vehicles' presence. There's no one's arrived yet. There'll be people on the way. And the symptoms, burn on upper leg. How do we know that? Because obviously they've had to phone 999 and say, I burnt myself with a grill and I've got a burn on my upper leg. Right, so you are good. We have got a blue line. We've got distance in there, so we know our nav is all sorted out. Our engines are interesting. Okay, sometimes it kind of refreshes once you load it, so that's okay. Let's go engines to flight. Watching everything wind up. Sebastian, thank you for subscribing. Much appreciated. Stretch. The doctor's still traumatised from the ambulance ride. Exactly. Exactly. And he missed out on all the snacks along the way. Okay, so helicopter's where we need it to be. We've just had a notification come through. So there's a fire engine on the way now as well. So that is good. Okay, quick check again. Engine instruments are fine. We've got all our beans, all our power, and we have our navigation set. Are we good to go? Everyone happy? Yes, excellent. Right, obstacles, big building there. Lots of helicopters. There's the 160. There you go. I'd love to be able to do this kind of stuff in a 160. And it's not too difficult to get used to because it's helionics. It's got a couple of slightly different features, but it's still the same thing. Let's get rid of that blooming idiot sitting there on his camera like a wally. Okay, let's lift. Quick hover check, no warnings. Proceed. So I'm going to lift and I'm going to watch out for him. And we'll just head over here. You can see the vis has dropped a little bit, hasn't it? We've got a little bit of murk coming in.
VTOS.
Bishop, just out of interest, have you seen Inverness Airport in this sim? Have you seen the UK 2000 version? Yeah, Viz is definitely dropping. Just a bit of low cloud, perhaps. Just low level mist. I guess because it's night. Of course, this is live weather, so I guess it's the temperature will have dropped a fair bit, and it could be that it's releasing the moisture. You've not seen it? Oh wow, okay. I don't know how late you're going to be up, but when we come back, I'll show you it if you're still around, so you can see what it's like. I've not been here. I flew in here a few times in the 80s, but I've not been here since then, so I couldn't say whether it's accurate or not. Dread. C'est vrai. Le ciel. Is it ciel? Le ciel? My brain sometimes plucks French vocabulary. I work with some French people, and sometimes my brain plucks French vocabulary and it comes out of my gob and I think, hang on a minute, what did I just say? Does that word even exist? Okay, let's pop you on. Let's get coupled. There we go. So we're on autopilot now. We're coupled to the nav. I am going to just keep a nice climb in. It doesn't hurt to have some extra space. I'm going to put the synthetic vision on as well, just in case. Just in case. And let's have this page up. So we've got the HTOR's data as well. The tablet is pinging. So we've got a bit more data now. 49 years old male. Fire engine has arrived at location. Symptoms: burn on upper leg, and we haven't got. Yeah, we've not got anything there yet because no one has had a look at him who is qualified to say, mate, your leg, you're in trouble, sunshine. Okay, let's keep that climbing. So I'm just blipping the on the. So there's the collective. Obviously that's not my Virpil collective, but you see how you've got that beep trim switch. So I have a beep trim switch on my Virpil collective, and I'm just using it to gently keep us in a climb so that we get over the top of these mountains. Oh, okay. Oh, Yorkshire's lovely. Yorkshire is a nice area
500
to fly in. Le ciel nous tombe sur la tête. Okay. Okay, le ciel nous tombe. Le ciel nous tombe. How do you pronounce that? Is it tombe sur la tête? Le ciel nous tombe sur la tête. I must remember that. I'll say it to my French colleagues next time they try and bother me with something. Sorry, who was that? Swanee, thank you for subscribing. Great to have you along. Just keeping an eye on that mountain. Now I'm secretly hoping that when we get to this location, the doc's going to say that he needs a good 5 or 6 minutes, because then I can go and make a cup of tea. Ah, cool, thank you. I'll remember that. Yeah, I know it's not the best. I know it's not the best. I've got to say, my experience with, because I work with a lot of French people, and all but one are actually based in areas of France, different areas of France, and some of them are very, patient and kind, and some of them have no hesitation in letting you
500
know that you just said an absolute string of utter bollocks in the worst possible accent, and they'll just look at you blankly, and it's almost like they're saying, why are you even bothering? Why are you even bothering to speak our language? You've turned fine music into a goose screeching, you know. But do you know, for me that's actually the hardest thing is the accent. Trying to do an accent that isn't over the top, but it's still kind of, I suppose, trying to be a little bit authentic, and you know, respecting the language, as it were. Okay, that's interesting. I'm lucky. A lot of the guys that I work with can speak quite good English. I always actually think it's embarrassing, because I've worked with Italians, Germans, quite a few different European countries and visited them, and you know, attended meetings where there were people from all different countries, and it always amazes me just how good Europeans are at speaking English, and how crap us Brits are at speaking any other language. And yeah, but I'm slowly picking up more French as I go along, or trying to anyway. I call it kind of language Tourette's. I just sometimes just chuck in words, especially when I'm talking to French people. I'll just chuck in a couple of words just because it seems like the natural thing to do. I'm not deliberately doing it, it just comes up, you know. But yeah, I'm waffling. That's a bit of en route waffle for you. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I guess if you've travelled extensively, you just pick it up, don't you? Okay, 8 minutes out. Let's have a wee look at the map. So it looks like we're going into Aviemore itself, which is kind of cool. Aviemore is, of course, it's kind of like the big, well, it's not that big, but it's kind of like the central town in the Cairngorm National Park. Some hotels and that sort of thing. Oh wow, that looks like someone's back garden. So that is the high street. That's the railway line. Okay, it's going to be interesting here looking for a landing spot. It's hard to tell from this map what we're going to get, but I suspect we're either going to be on a road, possibly a car park over there, possibly a car park over there. It's going to be interesting. It's giving us a landing spot there on the road, but we'll see how much room we've got. I'll be the judge of that, sunshine. Okay. Yeah, do you know what? Actually, that's a very good point, Dredd. That's a very good point. Because I hear someone speaking French, and I couldn't tell you if there's any kind of regional accent in there at all.
500.
I mean, all the French people that I work with, I couldn't say to you, okay, that guy's from the south, that guy's from the north. I guess it's just something you have to pick up, isn't it? This scenery is blooming gorgeous. It's hard not to kind of get carried away looking at the scenery when you're meant to be flying. So, what are we? 5 minutes out, 7.1 nautical miles. Fuel is good because we filled up just before. You all happy in the back there? Yep, you ready to go? You ready to do your thing? Yeah? Doctor's saying, God, I hope I don't end up in the ambulance again. Me too, because, you know, it's pretty boring for the pilot when you get in the ambulance, mate. There's not a lot for us to do apart from, what am I saying, fly low level, enjoy ourselves, not have to listen to the doctor going on about how highly qualified he is. That's true, Guy. That's true. That's true. I have to go up to Lancashire quite a bit, and God, what was it? Someone asked me if I wanted a balm. I think they said it was a balm, and I said, "What the hell's a balm?" Because that could almost be someone from Norfolk saying a bomb. You got a bomb? But it was a balm. BARM or something like that, and that was some kind of a bread roll. Yeah, comedy. I always remember my French teacher at school saying a really good way to learn a language
Fire engine. Confirmed on scene.
is to watch foreign TV films, that kind of stuff. Bishop, is the OAT on the PFD accurate? Well, this is where it gets a little bit interesting, because we are, of course, we are flying using live weather, but I have doctored the time. So, sorry, I was getting a bit distracted by the ground then. It felt like we were flying towards it. So the OAT is 0 degrees centigrade, which is probably quite right, because this is the live weather at Inverness right now at 10 to 10. Sorry.
500.
I'm just adjusting that. Look at the mountains ahead there. 3 minutes out. If I... God, there's no easy way I can... if you checked the weather at Inverness now, if you've got little nav, not little nav map. Okay, let me just see if I can.
I set a possible hospital
I'm
destination.
going to look at the weather on little nav map for
Infos are
Inverness.
available on tablet. We can confirm or change later.
Inverness Airport. If I look at the METAR and the weather area, is it going to give it to me there? No. Oh, I know what I can do. Sorry, I just realised I was moving your head. If I get my... Let's have a look. Inverness Airport. So Inverness Airport right now, according to the Apple weather app,
2 nautical miles
is 2 degrees centigrade, feels like -1. So where we are in the mountains now, 0 is quite realistic. Ah, cool, you checked it. Yeah. And I think the reason why we've got a bit of mist is because as the air's cooling, it's just releasing some of that moisture perhaps. Right, Roberto, 1 minute out, sort yourself out. You spent so long yakking. You have dropped the ball a bit. So here's Aviemore. And I'm really interested to see what we've got in the way of a landing spot. I think it's down that away. I kind of remember
Rear crew, we are approaching the landing
the
site.
shape of the of that field and the houses. I'm not seeing the fire. Oh, there's the fire engine. Is that the fire engine? I'm kind of seeing red. Yeah, that's the fire engine. Okay, so we could land on the train tracks. No, thank you very much. Not going to do
500.
that. We have a clearing there. We could land in those gardens, but it's a little bit tight. Oh, look! You can see that. You can actually see the barbecue burning. How funny. Okay. There's the wind direction over there. I am feeling that that opening there is a little bit tight. So I'm not entirely convinced I want to go in there. I might take the field just over here just to be safer. Of course, in the real world, you have the benefit of a crew members hanging outdoors saying left a bit, right a bit, tail rotor's clear. We don't have that. So if I was in the 500C, I'd be tempted to try and get in there, but I'm not going to try it in this today. So I'm just going to try and get as close as I can get behind this, the 160. Might be able to get on that road, although that embankment is not too clever. Let's kill the tablet. Sometimes when you get a bit closer you think, oh okay, there is a bit of wiggle room there. We've got the embankment, which would be a pain in the arse for the rotors. That does look quite narrow.
We are too far.
I know we're too far, Sunshine. I am doing something about it. I am getting tempted, and I don't want to be, but I'm getting tempted to try and put it down in here. So I'm just going to very slowly inches in. I've got the cyclic trim release in. We're fortunate that the wind is quite light. Clearance there.
We are reasonably close.
You bet we are, Sunshine. Don't forget, I'm doing this for you. Save you a bit of shoe leather. Okay. Keep concentrating. Keep concentrating. Right. Might have been the wind blowing us a little bit, but let's keep focus. Keep focus. Keep focus. And arrest that. There we go.
Perfect landing. Wow.
Now, what I was talking before about getting in the zone, that's what I'm talking about. And by that I don't mean, oh yeah, I just did such a great landing, man. I was just so in tune with the helicopter, man. That was just so good. I'm not talking about that.
Prepare for ground operations.
I'm talking about the focus and the concentration. It doesn't matter even if, you know, if the landing had gone absolutely at the last minute. That focus when you're coming in, oh, you can't beat it. You cannot beat it. There is no drug that can do the same thing.
Helicopter in position.
Okay.
Crew, you are clear to start operations.
Hang on. There we go. So there's the chaps getting out. Look at that 160 getting in just behind. Isn't that a beautiful helicopter? There's a nice fenestron shot. There's the chaps going in. See, actually this shows one of the advantages of the 145. Look how small it is compared to the 160. And also look at the if you look at this, you know, all the drama of me saying, oh, I don't know if I can fit it in there. You've got all that space, but when you're flying it, you don't feel like you've got all that space. Okay, so they're checking out the oh, got any burgers? Look at him. He's looking at the barbecue. He's looking at the barbecue thinking, what they got? Got anything that you're not going to be needing them now, mate. You're going to the hospital. Alright, alright. God, no one likes a whinger. Okay, let's quickly do some housekeeping and have a look where we're at, see what the doc is saying. Let's lock off head tracking, then I can actually find the click spot. Okay, 2 minutes. So again, we're going to be on the ground 2 minutes. I'm not going to shut the engines down for 2 minutes. Let's catch up on the chat. What a surprise. Sparky saying loads of room. Oh dear. Okay, good. Patient's going to be transported by us. So they're just getting the stretcher. Dude, stop moaning, honestly. Come on, we're here. We've come to get you. Any dramatic. Dread, just seeing my first helo flight was an Alouette 2, so get over it. She's a great jobber. Do you know what? I totally agree with you. They are very capable, but I do not want to fly something that looks like a goldfish bowl with a stick glued onto it. Do you know what the current state of the H160 is? Yeah, I've no idea. I've no idea, to be honest. I think, and I totally understand where you're coming from. I don't do these streams, by the way, to try and persuade people to buy this stuff. I do it just because I love doing it, and I'm just sharing it with you. So please don't think for 1 minute I'm trying to say to you, you need to go and buy. You need to go and buy it, because there are, you know, at the moment, we don't know what the future is really. Maybe that's why he's moaning. Maybe he's an army chap. Dread, I find the llama to be a subpart Alouette. Good God. Good God, sir. Qu'est-ce que vous dites? Okay. Yeah, I think the 160, the 160 and the 145 at the moment are okay. I just think if Asobo made some changes now, there's no one at Hype, as far as I'm aware, who could do a new version to fix it. And we've had build 500 for some time now. Yeah, I totally agree, Bishop. I totally agree. It's such a shame to have such a good product in the simulator, and it could just go. Right, okay, let's get the engines up. Everything's good there. We've got power. That's fine. This is, the mission's running nicely because we've got the route set to the hospital. So off we go, back to Regmore. Okay, so obstacles, we've got trees, we've got helicopters behind us. We've got a wand from the left. Wind is 13 knots. So I'm just going to poke her into wind while we pick up. And so we say hello to Davierosoft.
VTOS.
What's my clearance like? I was hoping to do a right turn, but oh, I will do. Just rack it round here. Give the patient a thrill. Give them a thrill at the start of the journey, and then anything else that can happen, they'll just see as not too bad. Okay, let's get a climb in and we can head over the hills. There's a great ice cream shop just down there, just off that roundabout. Really nice Italian ice cream shop. There you go. You wanted to know that, didn't you? Okay, so I'm just keeping the climb on and we're just going to intercept our path. And then I'll whack it onto autopilot. So, what's the time? Time is now 10:05. So, this is the plan, chaps. This is the plan. I'm going to... we're going to drop the patient off at Inverness. I'm then going to head to Inverness Airport so Bishop can have a look at that. And then we'll see how we feel. See how we feel about maybe doing another mission. We'll probably have to have a quick couple of minutes break to go and get the kettle on, I should think. But I am happy to carry on if you are, especially the guys that are flying along. If you want to carry on, I'm more than happy to keep it going because it's addictive stuff. Oh, watch the power there. Okay, let's knock it off and couple. There we go. Whoa! Okay, there is a good. You saw the red bars coming down. It's so sensitive. When it's on autopilot, it goes bonkers. The slightest thing, and suddenly those red bars come down, and you over-torquing the engine. The Alouette is the Lotus 7 of the sky. Dread, I know you're a man of taste, but it's not. It's the 2CV. The deux, what was it? What's it in French? The deux. Oh God, I can't remember. What's French for a horse? It's not chevaux. Deux chevaux. I don't know. It's a 2CV. It's not a Lotus 7. Maybe the llama is a Lotus 7. The Alouette is a big bulbous goldfish bowl. I love the llama. The llama's almost got that waspish look about it, especially that repaint that Taug has done with the what do they call it? Is it called the bee or something? I can't remember, but it's that black and yellow kind of chevron design. That's really cool. I've used that in a couple of videos, and it was the one that I used to fly. Because no one, funny enough, had done an RAF repaint for it at the time. Yeah, you. No RAF repaint. Can you believe it? Eh? Can you believe it? Eh? 2 chevaux is underpowered. It is chevaux. The 2 chevaux. Chevaux, yeah. Yeah, shoestring. What's the status on that Gazelle? Because yeah, not wanting to get bogged down in the conversation about the wheres and whatnots of it, but it seemed to be sort of imminent, and then nothing happened. Okay, French vocabulary time. Chevaux, cheval, chapeau, mon chapeau, un cheval, deux chevaux. Yeah, plural. Okay, plural. Yeah. Un cheval, deux chevaux, trois chapeaux. Ho ho ho. Into beta, I believe, with the flying side team. Okay. Cheers, Gut. Take care. Good to have you along. See, that's the other thing about talking French, that it's the gender. What was it I said to someone? I was on a call with a group, and I had to quickly come off the call to do something else. And I said to them, "Oh, hello, we got a bit of a gust of wind then." I said to them something like, "Excusez-moi un moment, s'il vous plaît." And they laughed and they said, "No, it is un moment. It is a male moment." And then they laughed, and that was it. And yeah, it's something that obviously with English you don't have. You don't have a female the and a male the. It's the. C'est simple. So trying to remember whether it's a female object or a male object is always a little bit tricky. Pour moi. Okay. 6 minutes out. Yeah. I remember getting into a taxi in Italy, and from the airport, and asking I was with two colleagues, neither of which knew any Italian at all, and my Italian was barely a few words, and I can't even remember what it was now, but I asked this guy in Italian to take us to a particular hotel. And he looked at me and he absolutely beamed. And initially I thought, oh, he's really chuffed that I'm speaking the lingo. And then in a thick Brooklyn accent, he asked me what part of London I learnt Italian in. And he was from Brooklyn. He'd moved to, it was Bologna. He'd moved to Bologna because he had an Italian wife. And he thought my Italian was awful. But there you go. You got to try. If you don't try, you know, what's the point? Le temps, le moment, une heure, une seconde, une minute. Yeah. It's all the little words that I love. One of the guys I work with, one of the things that he says a lot, if he's trying to explain something, he will say "attends," you know, and he'll, you know, you're talking about something on the screen, and then he'll say, "Oh, I'll open this up, attends," or yeah, something I haven't heard a lot is alors or d'accord. I kind of thought that people would use d'accord a lot more. I'd probably use it more than they do, and they're probably thinking, why the hell are you saying d'accord all the time? You know, if they say, right, okay, we're going to do this is the plan of action, I'll say d'accord, thinking, well, that seems an appropriate thing to say. Yeah, I did Latin at school. I did a bit of Latin at school, which sometimes makes it a little bit easier to pick out some of the words, but not all the time. Yeah, that's what I'd heard, Shoestring. That's why, and I know that there were people making complaints. I think at one point it appeared for sale, didn't it? By accident, and people were ordering it and then finding out they couldn't get it. So there's obviously some sort of a delay. You can use. Oh, did you just say okay? That's easy enough. Ah, right, Shoestring, that point there, silly details on the Gazelle, the wipers will actually clear the rain. That's one of the disappointing things about the 145, that the wipers won't clear the rain. You can turn them on, but they will do absolutely nothing with the water. Oh, I love that you can do the full walk around. Well, that's probably why they're not using it then, Dread. They're probably thinking, stupid Englishmen saying d'accord, d'accord all the time, when all I should really just do is say, okay. Just realised we are travelling rather slowly. But yeah, I think you got to try with languages. I was a little bit put off when I was at school. We had a trip to Normandy, and I remember going into a shop. We were meant to use our French language. We were meant to practice it, and I remember going into a shop and speaking to the shop owner in French, and this lady behind the counter looked at me like I was an absolute idiot and just spoke to me in English. And I must admit, at the time I thought, wow, okay, my French must be awful. So it did put me off a bit. But nowadays with my colleagues, I mean, it's almost a bit of a joke, but I'll just chuck a word in here and there and try and say something. But it's a great way to learn. I'm almost learning at their expense because they have to listen to it, but it's a good way to learn. Anyway, I've been talking too much. We are very high. You can see the helipad down there. I'm going to take us out of autopilot. We'll put more of a descent in, but come back on the nose so that we don't overspeed. Cheers, Stretch. Thanks for coming along. Good to have you along. Is the 145 still out of marketplace and using? Yes, it is. Yeah, the 145 is. Actually, no. That's well. Okay, it's not in marketplace, but this 500 build
We are approaching the landing site.
uses more of the when Asobo started putting helicopter flight modelling, more sophisticated modelling into the sim. They switched over from their own pure flight model, because that actually, I think at one point, God, who's the developer? Wish I could remember. You had options. You could either use the high performance group flight model, or there was another one from a famous helicopter developer that you would know if you flew in X-Plane, but I can't remember who the hell they are because I've never flown them. Whereas this uses a bit more, I think it's still using their own adaptation, but it's using more
500
of the Asobo stuff. Okay, quick check of the wind. Glad to see the viz has cleared a bit. There's a helipad. We've got the hospital crew down there. No, it's not Dreamfoil, but it's Airland. Airland. There we go, Airland. Yeah, you had the option of loading an airline flight model. I mean, this was in the early days when the H145 was first launched. I really do need to shut up and just fly. Watch the car park, keep it coming down. Wobbling around a bit. It's funny how you know, like I was saying before about getting into the zone, I was distracted. Let me just land.
Whoa, nice touch, Captain.
I was distracted by the synthetic vision. I was kind of looking at the helipad in the synthetic vision and kind of thinking, oh, look at that, isn't that interesting? Rather than actually focusing on flying the bleeding helicopter. Okie dokie. So there's the hospital crew. Now you'll notice that he is just off the ground. I am guessing that it has undercarriage wheels, and I'm guessing because I don't have that in the H160, I'm not seeing it. I wonder if, just out of interest, oh no, I was going to say my my gear switch on my, I was trying to lock that off. My gear switch on my Bravo is down, so I was going to see if that made a difference. Yeah, I think it's just because I haven't got gear on the H145. That might be why it's not showing. If I was in the H160, I could probably see the gear. It is a nice helicopter though, isn't it? I mean, that would be great doing search and rescue in this. Okay. Excuse me. So what's going to happen now? You can see it says skip paperwork. There's our crew member. He's going to go off with the hospital crew, and what we're doing now, believe it or not, is we are simulating our doctor giving a handover in the accident and emergency, or in the intensive care, or whatever you want to call it, doing a handover to the duty doctor to say what we've done with the patient, the condition of the patient, so that the all that knowledge about what drugs that have been administered and that kind of thing is passed on. This mod simulates that. It simulates it. It's mad, but it does. It's incredible, the detail. This is the kind of stuff you don't get in career modes and some mission packs and that sort of thing. To simulate doing the bleeding paperwork, it is amazing. Cheers, Biggin. Take care, mate. Good to have you along. Mind-blowing. Anyway, so we're going to skip that because I'm not going to put you through waiting for the paperwork. So if we press skip paperwork, he comes back. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to, when it comes up on the screen, once he gets on, I'll have the option to end the mission, which I will do. Cheers, Helifly. Good to have you along. I'm going to go to Inverness so that we can show Bishop that, because I'm interested to see. You've certainly been there. You've certainly been there more recently than I have. So interested to see what you think. Okay, so we're just waiting for the mission to sort itself out. Okay, happy that that's all sorted. That still needs to, let's have a quick look here. There we go, blah blah blah, that's fine, so I'm going to leave that. In fact, we can close it off. Right, let's pop in here. Lock off the head tracking, come on, find that sweet spot, there we go. We're going to go, there we go, Inverness, activate. And I'm just going to leave that. I'm not going to couple it to the system. We've still got MSFS set, which is what we'll use when we do another mission, if we do another mission. But I'm going to leave that there, and then that just gives a general idea. Engines to flight. Yeah, I might do, Ash. I might do. Yeah, I think that's the thing that puts me off at Dread. I want to do stuff like this. I don't want to have to grind through all the steps that you have to get to be able to. I totally appreciate that it's simulating a career and having to get to the point where you've earned your licenses and that sort of thing. But I don't want to do that. I just want to get straight to this. Right, so engines good, obstacles, buildings. I think we've lost some of the helicopters. We've got one there, so wind is coming from there. Okay, let's lift. And a bit like before, I'm going to just slide over this way a bit. Watching out for him. And let's go and have a look at Inverness. There we go. So yeah, it's not far to Inverness at all. Well, Inverness Airport. Inverness, of course, is behind us. Sky Park. I've not used Sky Park in ages. Is it still running? Why have I got it into my head that did Edson sell it to someone, or did he pass it on to another developer? Why am I thinking that Sky Park isn't anything to do with Parallel 42 anymore? Oh, just had a message on my monitor saying it was going to turn itself off. No, you don't. Okay. So Inverness is coming up. Oh, okay. Understood. That makes sense, actually. So, I'm just conscious it's multiplayer, so there's no one doing any. I don't want to ruin anyone's flight by tear-arsing around in a helicopter when they're trying to do something. So there is the terminal building. So yeah, this is the UK 2000 scenery. That I think I got it from Marketplace. There's the terminal building. Yeah, it is. You're absolutely right. I'll go over there in a second. So that's the bit you would have flown from, isn't it? So we've got the signature building over there. And then avoiding the lights, if I now come over this way. So we've got Bristow's, we've got the... sorry, whoever that is in the H145. We've got the air ambulance buildings over there to the left of the tower, and then Bristow's over here. Just check I'm not getting in anyone's way. We've got Bristow's. There, and then if we just tootle in front of the tootle in front of here. There's nothing here now, but I believe this is the air ambulance. It's a big helicopter, isn't it, Bishop? So this is where the air ambulance flies from. So which bit did you fly from? Did you fly from the Bristow's area or from here? Oh, okay, understood. Right. Okay, so do we carry on? Okay. Porter cabins. Yeah, I think there's it's kind of a mixture of old and new, isn't it? This airport, like over where the terminal building is, like you've got the signature building and then there's some other buildings around the back. I vaguely remember the terminal building as being like that. It kind of feels familiar, but God, I mean, I'm literally talking about 80 It was the mid-80s I was flying in here. Flew in a few times with good old Air Écosse. God, who remembers Air Écosse with the short Skyvans and all that kind of stuff? Okay, so a few people are saying to crack on, so we will do that. I am going to I'm going to make a cup of tea because I'm parched. So I'm going to knock the helicopter down into idle. No problem, Tradewin. Thanks for watching. So, helicopter's in idle. I'm going to run downstairs. I'm going to make a cup of tea. Then I'm going to come back and then we will continue. So, for the time being, I'm going to give you what I think is a nice little scene. A nice little scene. What you can relax to while you wait for me to make a cup of tea. Or go and get a drink. Go and get a drink yourself. Do what you need to do. And then I'll be back in a few minutes. See you shortly. Hello! And we're back. God, it never ceases to amaze me how much heat a rig that is on full bore running a flight sim puts out. Just coming back upstairs, walking into the room, it's like a bleeding sauna in here. That's nice, isn't it? Very nice. Okay, right. What's that? Zach, thank you for subscribing. Good to have you on board. Okay. The helicopter isn't broken. That's good. Okay, so we're going to get the panel open again. It's random and anywhere. We've already got the mission radio on, so that's fine. It should connect straight through. It's not going to do the animations because we're already there, so that's good. I'm going to just reduce this down a little bit. That'll do. Blah, 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 blah. I'm going to center it on the location that we're at here now. Excuse me. Now we just wait for the mesh. Everything's looking good. Actually, let's take the engines up to flight while we're waiting. All good. Come on. Give us a mission. Like I said right at the start, this is the bit where you're sitting in the crew room with a mug of tea and a piece of toast waiting for the phone to ring saying that there's a shout. And you can adjust the time, this wait time that we've got now, by the way, you can adjust it. You can do so much with this stuff. Okay, we've got a mission. Reported a person trapped on a cliff due to fall injuries. Rescue area may require specialised heli rescuers. Okay, so basically what this is saying is we need to pick up mountain rescue, which is absolutely fine by me. So we will accept that.
Strapping down the equipment.
So the first job is to go and pick up the mountain rescue bod. So we'll just wait for them to do their thing in the back with the cabin preparation. Yeah, Fenestron is nice. This for me is always the bit where you're kind of watching it almost wincing, because this is the bit where things can go wrong. It's building the mission, so if anything's going to go wrong it tends to be at this point, but it seems to be doing alright. For this mission it's got quite a lot to think about, because it's got to find a location to put the mountain rescue. So it needs to find a location where we can go and pick up mountain rescue. Quite often it will pick something like a big car park or a football field, or last week we had
Due
the
to impervious conditions of the accident site, we should evaluate to call on board expert heli-rescuers. Use the tablet to decide if we continue alone or if we take the heli-rescuers on board.
We had the it was a bowling alley, right? Not a
All
bowling.
cabin tasks completed.
A
Ready for departure.
bowling green. So at least one injured. Reported a person trapped on a cliff. Yep. Waiting for about rescue present. They're on the way. So we get rid of that. And our first job is to go and get mountain rescue, which will be here. And then that is where we. That's where we're probably having to do our pickup. So we're going down to Loch Ness, yeah. Okay, all good. So, happy with that. Check the head tracking, that's all on. We have a wind from the rear, which at the moment on little nav map is saying 0 wind speed, so that's good. I'm going to quickly lift up and head that way. There, that's that ambulance there. That will be now on the way. That's just been dispatched and that will be on the way to the site. Amazing. There you go, it says ambulance route received. That means that that ambulance is trundling along now and it knows where to go. Okay, so I'm going to lift and back up a little bit. Check over here. Rotate. We'll do a flyby of Bristow's.
VTOS. VY.
Check. It's another helicopter, that's okay. Always have to remind myself this is multiplayer, and if someone's just flown 3 hours from an airport somewhere and they're doing an approach, you know, and taking it very seriously, the last thing they need is me getting in their way in a helicopter. So 60 minutes to the rendezvous with the mountain rescue. Unlike where we were before, we're not really heading into particularly high ground, but flying down Loch Ness should be interesting. Sound started glitching there just a little bit, which always makes me a bit nervous. You never know, is that the precursor to it crashing? Got the Huey over there. Nice. That really is a great helicopter as well. Like I was saying at the beginning, the blade slap and everything is just wonderful. Okay, I'm going to put it onto autopilot, but I'm going to leave it on heading mode because I just want us to come slightly to the right of the route track, just to the head of Loch Ness there. Let's just lock that off a second. New, is it taken? That's because there we go, get the right scene. There we go. If you haven't got the right screen selected, it doesn't always take. Some more information coming through. Evening, Binky. 44 years female, reported a person trapped on a cliff due to fall injuries. Rescue area may require specialised heli-rescuers, so that's the mountain rescue picking up. Ambulance on the way, we've seen that. No advanced paramedic on board. We've got our doctor. Police Adam 12 crew is on the way to accident site. As accident site may be off-road, if it's needed we will define a nearby area where a rescue team can support your operations. Symptoms: dizziness. I'd be dizzy if I'd just fallen down a cliff. In fact, I think I'd be a little bit more than just dizzy. But yeah. Okay, let's get rid of that. So this is where we're going to be going to do our mountain rescue bit. Falling down the cliff. I don't think there's much. Oh, I suppose there's a bit of a cliff there. And we're picking up mountain rescue. That looks round about like Drumnadrocket actually. So we'll probably get to see Ayr Castle. So that's quite nice. Unless I'm completely imagining that. No, that is. Yeah, that's Drumnadrocket and Ayr Castle. God, it's like a little guided tour as well while we're at it. And you can see that's the police car. So that's the ambulance moving to the site, and that's the police car moving to the site. And then that's us doing our thing. Just adjusting the heading mode now. Just to point us down the loch. So here we go. So that's the cliff. So
ambulance with no paramedic. Police are on the way to the accident site.
This cliff here is where they've fallen down.
Unable to reach the site.
So I would say we're almost certainly going to be winching, which is great. Love doing a bit of winching. We'll winch the mountain rescue guy goes down first. He checks the site, does the safety checks. Then the doctor will go down, and sometimes the advanced paramedic goes down as well. Akratai, any chance we will see Nessie? You never know, mate, you never know. Do you remember, any of you who had the old P3D FSX days, if you had, was it the Orbex, was it Orbex North, or, God, I can't remember which pack it was, you actually got Nessie. You could see Nessie in Loch Ness. I've never seen it in this sim. But it used to be not far off Urquhart Castle, I seem to remember, which is kind of where we're going. I wonder if the ambulance hasn't quite got there yet, but he's getting closer.
I set a possible hospital destination for our patient. Infos are available on tablet. We can confirm or change later.
We are going to probably intercept the police car. Just let me see if I can see the ambulance, but I can't. See if we see the police car. Going to be just there. The ambulance is, yeah, so that's the cliff that they've fallen down, so that's definitely going to be a winch job. They're probably up that side somewhere. Where's the police car? Might be a little bit too far away, to be fair. Sometimes you can see the blue lights, and that's what that's the best indicator. He's on the road, but he's behind the trees now, so it's a little bit harder to spot. Yeah, we've flown past him now. Bishop, I know we've talked about this already, but I just can't get over how realistic these missions are. Andrew has done. He has, yeah. The detail that he's put into it is, it's above and beyond. There's so much stuff that he didn't need to do, but that he did just to add the immersion. Ooh. Stay on. You know, to add the immersion, and it is just it's incredible. So here we are, Loch Ness. If anyone sees Nessie, shout out. There's you can't really see it at the moment. There's Urquhart Castle over there. And how far? Where is the? So he's. I'm talking Cobblers. That's not Urquhart Castle there. It's there where Drumnadrocket is. So we just need to keep tooting down the loch. 7 minutes out. So have a good search for Nessie. Sorry, let me lock that up. I'm just reading the Discord. There's loads of stuff going on in the Discord. Yeah, there you go. I was just going to say, Discord, the Streamlabs is posting the Discord link in the chat. So if you're on Discord and you want to come along and join, feel free. Isn't that lovely? I don't know if you're still there, Dread, but there is definitely something about a Fenestron. It is. It's like a shark tail, isn't it? I think that's what it is. I think that's why I like it. It just looks really good. Ah, hang on a cotton picking minute. That's Drumnadrocket there. Wow. So yeah, it's much further. There, that's Urquhart Castle down there. There you go. There's a Nessie museum up there where you can go and see the scientific research that's been done into Nessie, and you go through this whole process of, and it shows you the evidence and all that kind of stuff, and you think, oh, you can see all this amazing proof that Nessie exists, and then by the end of it you realise that Nessie doesn't exist on the balance of probabilities. So we are not far now. Let's have a look actually. I'm interested to see where the mountain rescue team have decided we are going to do the pickup. There you go, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. So it's a football ground by the looks of it. It's ever so clever. The mod is finding a suitable location, like a you know, a football ground, football pitch, whatever, and using that as the rendezvous point to go and pick up mountain rescue. This is one thing that would be really good if somehow Asobo could sort out. You see, you've got the road along the side there. The mesh isn't quite right, is it? So the road is kind of like this ribbon that's tilted on the cliff face, which is a bit unrealistic. Just a tad. Yeah, sorry, Akratai. Anybody who's interested in going to the Nessie exhibition, sorry. It's well worth going though. It's interesting. Where are we now? 3 minutes out. What's the temperature now, out of interest? Okay, so it's warmed up a little bit, 2 degrees. I guess because we're not quite high up in the mountains like we were before. And interestingly, actually, I think it said, I think the weather for Inverness, not the METAR, but the like the Met Office weather was saying, you know, like civilian weather. I'm trying to think of a, not METAR, but kind of Apple weather map, weather app said 2 degrees. So that's pretty good. You were in it. You were in what? You're actually featuring the exhibition. Are you the fellow with the long beard, Akratai? Has that been you all along? Well, I've got to say, having to fly all this way to pick up mountain rescue, they blooming better make it worth it. That's interesting. You can't see it, but the police car that was driving along has obviously gone to the site, perhaps realised there's nothing they can do, and then it's carried on into Inverness. And it looks like it's gone to the police station in Inverness. Oh, okay. And now it's left the police station and it's heading back out again. So
2 nautical miles from pickup location.
there's obviously some reason why it's coded. Like there's obviously something in this particular mission that means he's had to go to Inverness and then come back again. Okay, let's get in a position by which one can operate the helicopter. Cyclic trim on, autopilot off, and let's tip in. Wind is coming from over there. People of Invermoriston, do not panic. It's just His Majesty's Royal Air Force coming in to pick up some lazy-ass mountain rescue fella who couldn't be asked to get in a car and drive himself just up the road. I don't know. Right, let's get visual. We're not going to hoist him. We're not going to give him that thrill. If he's too lazy to get his arse in the car, I'm not going to give him the thrill of hoisting him. There he is. Okay, so we can kill the pad now. So we can see the football pitch up ahead. It's not immediately obvious because of the slope, because obviously the mesh isn't quite right here. So you've got the football pitch on the slope, but what we can see is the mountain rescue vehicle waiting there, and then any minute now the LOD will pop in and we'll see mountain rescue figures. There we go, we've got one there. Wind is behind us, 9 knots, but I'm not going to fanny around, I'm just going to go in. sure we're clear of the trees. Alright fellas. Right, engines to idle.
Rear crew, prepare for ground operations.
That's right, mate. You can put your arms down now. I believe I can fly.
Helicopter in position. Rear crew, you are clear to start operations.
Can someone open the door for the mountain rescue fella? Oi! Sunshine, we're this way. There we go. He really is taking sauntering to a new level, isn't he? Do not walk through my cockpit. He's like, I can do this because I can. I'm mountain rescue. Behold.
Crew boarded. Cabin ready to go.
Behold my bravery. Right, engines to flight. You took your time, Sunshine, walking around there. Look, even the doctor's not impressed. Okay, so let's let the engines wind up. All good. Let's open the pad of doom. There we go. So the mission is working. We've picked up Matey Boy. And now we're heading to pick up our casualty. Wind is from behind, currently 6 knots. He's still flapping his arms. Obstacles. Whoa. Big buildings, lots of trees, lumpy bumpy ground. So I'm going to pick up and pull back a bit. Everything's feeling good. Rotate. Get the nose down. Good God, what's happening here with the mesh? Is that a
VTOS.
there's definitely something odd going on there.
VY.
Now, of course, what we can also do, which I'm not going to because we're on a mission, we could go fishing if we wanted to. I don't know if anyone else who's watching this has got the Go Fish mod, but it's incredibly relaxing. Flying somewhere in a helicopter and just throwing a line in the water for 10 minutes or so. It is kind of cool. Right, I'm just riding the power now. I'm trying to go as fast as we can without over talking, but I'm kind of pushing it a little bit. I need to be a little bit careful with that. One doesn't want to break one's helicopter. So I've just engaged the autopilot and it getting a little bit wobbly. There we go. Can have a better look at Urquhart Castle and Drumnadrochit. There we go. Look at that, Huey. Lovely. Lovely. Whoa, be careful. That is low. I wonder if that's why I couldn't see the ambulance. Just noticed that car, half of it was buried underground. I wonder if it was partially hidden by the murk. So everything's cool there. Let's get the map on. See the HTORS is going bananas because we're flying below the valley side, so you got all that red. This is why I have the Garmin turned off. You see all the red on the Garmin. The TORS alerts on the Garmin when you're flying in a helicopter like this, in terrain like this, doing the kind of work we're doing, will drive you absolutely up the wall because every 5 minutes it's screaming at you. We just happen to be in a helicopter in mountainous terrain, so I'm visual with the mountains. I don't need the TORS on to warn me. And it's funny, I always thought it was something you had to have on, and then I saw a video. I'm trying to remember his name. Is it Richard Tyler? He's got a YouTube channel. He's a real world pilot, flies helicopters. He's living the dream basically. He flies helicopters and biz jets and DA-62s, and I've seen him flying. And he was flying a DA-62 from Salzburg down to, I want to say he was either going to Zell am See or he was going to Innsbruck. But he was flying in mountainous terrain, and he turned the TORS. He muted the TORS because it was pinging off, and he said, as far as I'm concerned, if I'm visual with the mountains and I'm flying in a mountainous terrain, I'm just going to turn that thing off because it's going to drive you up the wall. So here we are coming up to Urquhart Castle, which at the moment is being strafed by Huey. That was a nice gun run there. Famous castle that appears in some of the Nessie shots, from what I remember. There's Drumnadrochit up there. I'm not looking at you, mate. I'm looking out there. Wind your neck in, honestly. The co-pilot. So, right, we're 2 minutes out. We're getting closer now. We are almost certainly going to be winching. I would say. Which is all good. The one thing I really wish I had is like a rotary, you know, you can get that, I think it's called the Knobster, no sniggering at the back. It's like a rotary dial with two dials on it, and but they're really expensive. It would be so much easier to have one of those as a physical controller rather than trying to use the mouse to turn these things, because it's a little bit tricky when you, especially when you've got head tracking. Okay, 1 minute out. I'm going to take off the autopilot now. I have control.
2 nautical miles from accident area.
Because we need to get a good look. Good look at where this guy has managed to stick himself. And of course we don't have the benefit of fire engines and ambulances and all that sort of thing. Bishop, funny enough, I haven't got the stream deck, but I've got a loop deck, which is a similar sort of thing, and that does have rotary. It does have rotary dials on it, but it doesn't have, like, the knobster is literally one of those. So you've got a big dial and you've got a little dial, and you can press it. I do actually. I've got a Virpil control panel with some rotary dials on it that I use for some other things, like changing the barometric setting. Yeah, I would just love a physical controller just like those. But the knobsters, something, I think it's about 100 quid a pop or something daft like that. Okay, let's see if we can find this little Herbert who's fallen down a cliff and is probably feeling very sorry for themselves.
Rear crew, we are approaching the landing site.
When you pick up a heli rescuer or mountain rescue, from what I've seen so far, that usually means a winching situation. So he's talking about a landing site, but I'm still not convinced. And to be honest, sometimes it's just nice to get some winching practice in. So I'm just drifting over to the general area where he should be. So we've now got the begin hoisting button, so that means we can select it if we want to. That's gone, I think, because I've sped up a little bit. There we go. We've got our crosshairs now to indicate that we're in the right neck of the woods, and I can see the blue line now. So that is all good. So we're just drifting over here. See if we can find him. Okay, so he's there. I am not visual. Not visual at all. See if we can see him. Quite happy to take the, well, I'm not, I suppose. I could just take the position on the map and just begin hoisting, but I always like to actually see them. Okay, is that a rock? Where are you? Okay, let's... Still not visual. It's come on, where are you? There is a slim chance that the model of the oh god, is that... I think I can see them. Or is that just grass? Oh, it's just grass. I thought I saw a putty cat. Well, there is a slim chance that they could be underground. The model of the I'm just going to say victim. So we're going to put it into hover autopilot mode. We're going to select begin hoisting. If I could just get the click spot.
Prepare for hoist operations.
We have to hoist 3 to ground. Heli Rescuer will be the first to clear the area.
I can't wait to see where this guy is. Okay, just checking that we're in.
We are too high.
Okay. So just using the collective now. The hover mode will keep your position relative to the ground, but it won't keep your height. So I'm just using the collective just to lower us down a little bit.
We are too high.
Dude, if I get any lower, we'll just be
Position
landing.
is good.
Okay. Make your mind up.
Hold position.
Bossy pants. Right, where is this?
Operator is getting hooked. Hold position.
There's our guy going down. So this is the mount. Look at that! There they are. There they are. Wow. Even with the yellow blanket, I didn't spot that. So that's the mountain rescue guy. He's going to go down now and secure the scene. I want to see. Can I see? Okay, I'm going to do something a little bit unrealistic now, but I just want to see. You know, now I can see it's blooming obvious. Big yellow Twinkie thing lying on the ground. Amazing. How the hell I missed that? Did anyone who's watching, did any of you see that as we were hunting around? And did you catch that yellow thing on the ground? I'm normally reasonably good at spotting them, but that wasn't easy. I mean, looking at it now, it's so obvious. So he is still, the reason why he's kind of bending down and he's surveying the ground, getting it right. There's our helicopter. Once he's done his thing and he's checked it through, he will give the all clear for our doctor to come down. Yeah, I think it did, Bishop. I think it did. Okay, so Mountain Rescue has now gone around the scene and prepared it, and now we can lower the dock. Okay, now this is interesting. Just need to, as we unload people on the ground.
Personnel on ground and disconnected.
Of course, the
Voice
weight
is running up.
the weight of the helicopter changes, so we have to make slight adjustments to the collective as we offload people and also as we load people back on.
Hold position.
So that's the dock down. And now we our paramedic. So we got mountain rescue, doctor, paramedic. There we go. Now at this stage they'll tell us that we're okay to fly away. So obviously with a helicopter maintaining a hover like that, you've got no transitional lift, you're just burning through the fuel maintaining that position. But I'm going to keep it there just so we can see what happens down here now. They are going to do their thing. Let's just have a quick look on the tablet. So really, if I wasn't streaming and I wasn't interested in having a look, I'd fly away now and just come back when they're ready. So info from Doctor: estimated ground operation time 3 minutes. Okay. By the way, while we're sitting waiting for them to do their thing, we got Sparky. We got now. I think I might have asked you this the other day. Is it just XI come clarity, or it's not G come clarity? Is it? It's XI come clarity and GTA in the 125. Let's just check out that view. Amazing. It's a flight sim, but you can get out and walk around up in the hills and it's just beautiful. Absolutely stunning. I think you're right, Bishop. I think it is. It's the Great Highland Mummy, an old clan chief that's been found. Was deposited here by a long since melted glacier. It's just XI. Okay, cool. I think I did ask you that the other day, didn't I? Okay, let's just pop back into the cockpit and have a quick look at because we are sitting here burning through the fuel, using all this power just to hold position, but everything is looking good. Let's check on the there we go, get the click spot. So they said 3 minutes, so we're just still waiting for that. Let's have a look at the medical diagnostic page. Madeline Tucker, 44 years, female, fallen from a cliff. She's responsive, which is good. And she's assigned emergency code 3, which is why on earth are you wasting our time, madam? You could have walked down yourself. But she has got a patient condition 67, and we've got heart rate and oxygen saturation level. I know we're too high. I'm trying to explain the medical readouts. Please have some patience. Right, let's lower the collective a bit.
Hold position. Hoisting preparations are in progress and nearing completion. Set hover conditions. Hold position. Hoist 3 to helicopter.
Do you want to open the door, Sunshine? Let him in. Come on. Actually, joking aside, what's happening now is that the guys on the
Hoist
ground.
1.
Where is it? There they go. There's the boom. Boom comes out. Down comes the line. There we go. So that's them on board. We will accept that. See, the helicopter started sinking a bit there, so again I've just had to make the adjustment to the collective just to pull a little bit more pitch. So the police car is now down at the bottom there somewhere.
Hoist on ground. Personnel is getting hooked. Hoist is running up.
How's he doing? You're right, Sunshine? Yeah, that's the spirit.
Hoist is up.
You're getting a free flight in a helicopter, don't complain. Okay, we've got one more to go. Hello, we have just had a failure. Backup stability has just failed. That's interesting.
Hold position.
Does this sometimes?
Hoist is running down.
As we have a patient on board, we're not going to mess about though. I've had an engine fire before.
Hoist on ground. Personnel is getting hooked. Hoist is running up.
But it's interesting that it throws these things at you.
Personnel is strapped in.
We can easily fix it.
Hook is in. Hook boom is retracted. You are free to leave hover.
Okay, so now if I wasn't streaming, what we would have,
secured, ready to fly.
what we would need to do, just taking out of autopilot, just going to back up. What we would need to do is take our patient to the hospital, and then where it says go back to meeting point, we would actually then fly and drop off the search and rescue guy. But we're not going to do that because we haven't got enough time. We're just going to go straight to the hospital. I was a bit aggressive there, Sunshine. Don't whip it round like that. Mountain rescue fella is just going to have to get a taxi, I'm afraid. I'm sorry to say that to you, mate. You're going to have to get a taxi. We're not flying all the way back there. It's late. So we'll go to the hospital, we'll drop off the patient, and then we will call it a night, I think. It's been quite a long one. We're running for, good God, almost 4 hours. Sorry, Bishop. which bit, when you say that that's what would happen in real life, making him get a taxi, or they'd get ground transport back? Oh, okay, yeah. The good thing about this is if you don't take him back, so if I end the mission at the hospital, I don't get penalised for it. Oh, I don't think I do. But considering the distances and considering it's now 25 to 12, I'm not going to mess around giving taxi rides to the mountain rescue guy.
$500.
So we're 3 minutes out from the hospital. Nice, easy, quick run back. Yeah, exactly, Bishop. Exactly. I mean, it's a nice thing to do, but yeah, we've got other things to do. Binky, you're absolutely right. We've got the T, haven't got the medals at this stage. It's getting ever so slightly misty again. What's the outside air temperature is 1, so it's cooled a little bit. Ash, yeah, the link to the livery is in the video description. There's a whole load of links in there, but it's by Demo Designs. It's really nice livery. And I seem to remember it says on there that it's not compatible with Flight Sim 2024, but it is. There's a lot of these liveries and add-ons where they say it's not compatible, but it's just because the developer hasn't ticked the box yet to say that they've tested it and done all that kind of stuff. Yeah, check it out. He's also done, by the way, he's also done a Scottish Air ambulance livery, which I've flown out of Inverness before. So I've got both of those, and they're both quite handy to have. If you're flying in this neck of the woods, which is I do an awful lot, and it must bore people senseless when I announce another live stream from Lossiemouth. We're up in this neck of the woods, but the nice thing about the Random and Anywhere mod is that the missions it throws at you does give it some kind of variety. It's not necessarily facing the same situations all the time, which is one of the reasons I love it. Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it, Ash? I think the thing that a lot of people struggle with the H145, and I say this from personal experience as well, is it's critical that you have this cyclic trim release bound to something. Like you see on the pad, you've got that TR on the top left. That's because I'm hand flying it and I'm moving the cyclic around. I'm holding on the trim release with my pinky finger. If I don't do that, I'm fighting the autopilot all the time,
Destination in sight.
and it's horrible. But if you bind that and you use it at the correct time, it all kind of makes more sense. So wind direction hasn't changed. There's the hospital. There's the hospital pad. watching that blooming great big mast there. We don't want to be pranging into that. That would be very embarrassing. Probably being a little bit cheeky coming in this low over the houses, I think. Someone might have a few words to say about that. I normally come in over the car park. Yeah, Ash, that's what I until I got the Whirlpool Collective, I used one of the throttle levers on the Bravo for Collective, and it does the job. Okay, let's kill that so we've got better vis, and let's just bring her in.
Good job, Captain. Smooth landing.
Alright, Sunshine. You've already got your bonus. Okay, engines to flight. Engines to flight, engines to idle. You absolute fool! Where's that? There they are. Let's lock that off. Oh my lord! Excuse me yawning. Wow, it has been a long stream, hasn't it? It's amazing though how doing this stuff, the time just flies by. There we go, they're just unloading. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I think they've had to make allowances for people flying with sticks that have got springs in them and that sort of thing. So, and I don't know exactly how the real H145 behaves, but certainly with this one, you have to have the cyclic trim release on to allow you to move around and to manoeuvre the helicopter. I will. I'll show you. I'll show you what happens if you don't. Alright, how you doing? Okay, so we're going to skip paperwork. And then when he gets on, we'll end the mission. This so this simulates trim using the cyclic trim on the hat rather than the force trim. There may be another way of doing it, I don't know, but
Cabin secured. Ready
okay,
to fly.
so let's end mission. Yeah. You're absolutely right. So we've still got our backup failure. I'm going to... Let's go into here. Quickly change that. Other failures. No failures there. So we can see here backup SAS failure has failed. So we'll fix that. Put that back on. So first of all, what I'm going to do is we'll put the engines back up to flight. I'm not going to use the cyclic trim release at all. So I'm going to do what I did when I first flew this, and what sometimes people do, and then say they find it difficult to control it. Just let the engine wind back up again. I've not done this for a long time, so I'm not quite sure what to expect, but it's not going to be much fun flying it. So, no cyclic trim release. You can see there's no TR on the top left. I'm fighting muscle memory to do it, so I'm going to move my finger away from there and let's lift. Okay, and let's just try a bit of manoeuvring. Okay, it's not as bad as I remember it. Yeah, it's not as bad as I remember it at all. Maybe I've just gotten more used to it. It's not that hard to control without the cyclic trim release on. Blimey, be careful where you're going. Watch out for the windsock. I mean, I can kind of control it, to be honest. It's getting a bit hairy now that we're moving more. Let's get some speed up and see. Let's kill the tablet. Yeah, I mean, it's not... okay, as the speed... Right, as the speed... Yeah. You can kind of see how it's wobbling around. So actually, as the speed gets higher, that's when you really have the difficulty. So I'm going to put the cyclic trim release on now. And then if I release everything now... So this is kind of, I think, perhaps what you were saying, Bishop. So now I've got my hand off the stick and it's holding the attitude. If I now put cyclic trim release on, and if I do that and then release, it will hold that attitude. So it's a similar kind of thing. It will just keep that attitude all day long. And then I'm using the cyclic trim release to move the stick, and then again release, and it holds that. If I now take out... God, it's been so long since I've done this. Turn all that off. Let's see what it's like. Cheers, Sparky. Oh, Slow Horses is fantastic, isn't it? I'm gutted that I finished it. Yeah, so I guess that's what it's doing, Bishop. I guess the cyclic trim release thing just simulates the ability to move the stick to the attitude that you want it to hold. Okay, so we have got no stability systems in. Let's see if we can get down on the helipad. Stand by. Can we scramble the other 202 Squadron helicopter, please? We might just need it. It's very pitchy. Oh, jeez. bucking around. I said bucking around. No sniggering at the back. Definitely having to work a lot harder. See how the aircraft is pitching around. This is not going to be smooth. Stand by. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Good God, it's like riding a bucking bronco. There we go, we're down. So yeah, that was interesting. Yeah, definitely more of a challenge. Definitely more of a challenge, but interesting. I've not flown it without the... I've not tried that for a long time, so it's really interesting giving it a go. It's not as hard work as it was last time I did it, but again, maybe that's just I'm a bit more used to the helicopter. But that was interesting doing that. Thank you for that, Bishop. I wouldn't have done that if you hadn't been talking about it. That was really interesting. Sparky, if Gary Oldman don't win any awards for that, do you know what? Isn't he just brilliant in it? He is so good. That character is just spot on. Right. Okay. Oh, I meant to say that is X-Ray Zulu 588 there. That's a squadron print of the Sea King. Yeah, forgot to say that at the beginning. Anyway, look, it's been a huge amount of fun tonight. It's been a long old stream. We started at what was it, 7:45, I think. It's been a long old stream. Thank you to everyone that has come along for the ride. Thank you for the guys who flew along as well. I hope it was good fun for you. Totally appreciate that you don't get to see the the assets and that sort of thing, so it's not quite the same, and you have to be patient while I'm sitting there hovering or doing what I'm doing. But I hope it was enjoyable to you. But it's been wonderful having you all along. Really interesting chat. One of the things I love about live streaming is the chat. It's the conversations that we have. It's the things that I learn. You have someone like Bishop come along who is a real world pilot, and you always learn something from it, and that's a real privilege to be able to talk to people who've done it for real and get that information from them. But yeah, it is now 5 to 12. I am now very much waffling. Thanks everyone for joining. It has been a blast, and I will see you on the channel again soon, and don't forget the Discord. Take care now. Bye bye.